Today is fine day in California. Huh? True.
さて一丁決めてくるか。クールに決まったぜ。
Can you believe? I actually forgot all about putting the Italian variations of the intros back on. Now, granted, this should be our first Friday back with Europa Universalis, but I don't have Italian versions for the Kinnikuman. How would I fit Funiculi Funicula into the Kinnikuman intro 1? Different version? Oh, do we have hotfix today? Version 1.1. Oh my goodness, we're up to 0.10 already. Decimal jokes. Well, since we have version 1.1.1, let me go see if I could find some deets. Paradox Plaza, Europa Universalis 5 Forum, 1.1.1 update to the open beta. Hello everyone, it's your friendly QA and release manager. Today happy to release 1.1.1 open beta update. Alright. Warning, you can load the save game from 1.0.x versions, but our testing indicates you'll probably encounter your country in an unrecoverable state due to how many rules of the game have changed. Yeah. I do appreciate that they are putting that disclaimer out there. And, while I mentioned several times that this is a Frankenstein's monster of a campaign, starting from launch, and then continuing over several hotfixes, over several patches and updates. At this point, I want to see how far the shambling mound can get, so I'm okay with that paradox. But it is true. I probably would have a much smoother time if I started this campaign fresh from the beginning, instead of trying to keep my launch campaign all the way to the end. But I gotta do that much. I gotta have one full campaign from start to finish. And I do want to see how some of the new rules play out, like the proximity stuff should be pretty fun. Reminder to access the beta, yada yada yada. Let's see what changes we got. Government, Pops Rising, get a temporary decaying, plus 50%, or plus 50 to satisfaction. The states will build up profitable buildings in low control locations if they have a low income versus expenses balance. Society corrected the game concept for Doom. That's more for Mesoamerican cultures, right? Economy, harbor suitability, and other naval impacts now reduce the port cost. Instead of being a speed benefit, local and naval governors no longer require copper and tin to be built. They did. Reduce transport costs for some important raw materials. Okay. AI now consider their wish for what policy to get, keep an IO parliament, imperial ban, yada yada yada. AI no longer suggests any policy changes to law that have been rejected over the past 20 years. Applies to all IOs. Adjusted proposal and voting logic for HRE. Imperial authority. Replace trust in AI willingness to join the HRE. HRE. Imperial Army. Bolster Imperial Army. Bolster Imperial Army. Adjust grant rescind free city status. Demand unlawful territory now causes minus 100 opinion for the target country against the Emperor. Eat that, future Bohemias. Penalties weighted double for considering the acceptance of the next instance of this diplomatic action. In other words, I have a minus 100 reason to accept your second demand for unlawful territory. Emperor should now be significantly more aggressive, but not too aggressive to become spammy with demanding unlawful territory. They will even make this demand fully knowing that they'll be rejected for the sake of getting the casus belli against the aggressor. Huh. Demand unlawful territory no longer has any cost or penalty for the Emperor. Oh, Bohemia gets a freebie again. Marriage unions no longer randomly disband just because a single member is leaving. Forced divert trade, diplomatic action cannot be cancelled. So does consent. Corrupt officials have affordable monthly costs. Coalition, casus belli, now it's a superiority war goal. I think I've read that a few times, and it might have been what they're changing towards, and now they're changing towards. Fixed income peace action from another human not working properly. Other. Fixed river direction when going alongside several locations. That should fix issues with river adjacency. I don't fully understand rivers yet, so I'm just happy that they're there. Situations, colonial revolution. The action seek support of Overlord's rival now requires Overlord to have at least 10% of its manpower pool to send manpower support. Betray Allegiance, 100 Years' Wars, Turmoil in Brandenburg, Heretic Princes, Imperial Authority, Heretic Prince. Tweak dynamic localization of the different option events, Brightest of a Generation. Events for characters, works of art for Mason. Sweden DHE, English DHE, Elephant Cavalry. Dynamic localizations for gold, good, and advances, or using a correct one. Icons for estate unrest modifier. Fixed issue where AI cannot launch independent movement wars when they had sufficient support. Okay, Zambezi's not in a... Who's trying to revolt against me? Alright, nobody is, because we're in the 5th Takarava Noble Civil War. Alright, so I'm safe for now. Missing input binding settings for game speed 6 and 7. Description of the modifier, owner gets vision when occupied. Display raised levels of manpower on raised levies map. Modding. Bug fixes. River map mode arrows. Fix bug that double the amount of gold earned from sunning locations. Crash related to production method tooltips. Alright. Pretty compact. Change log for this time. I still got my dozens of rebels popping up, but let's see how that naval proximity changes things. Not a major change. We still have our mustard here. Got a bit of green in northern Italy, bit of green here and here. More proximity in the less prosperous central Spain. I should probably put these buildings more towards I don't have many cities along down here, so I guess it would be Valencia to get proximity around that way. Unless Caspe. No, but I want like central Spain also to have something. It's alright. We'll get railroads pretty soon, won't we? So I guess I could build more roads around. It would happen to my pretty lines. No, I guess it's pretty lines if I go into the road builder. But I would hope that those pretty lines also maintain for proximity map mode 2. What if I just build a bunch of roads? I bet railroads are going to come up pretty soon and kind of make a lot of this irrelevant. The quickest proximity for the road here is to not drive along the coast, but hop onto the island and then hop back out. Oh, I see, because the island also represents this bit of land over there. Now I know the best thing is to get like decent proximity on the coast and then radiate it inland. But I also just want to connect these people to the same network. Get my royal road out here, you know? Plus it's gonna be a bit until we get railroads. So I don't mind squeezing out more modern roads places. With control, oh, that's over in Navarra. Okay. Blew like 20,000 monies on gold is the first thing I do for the day. Cabinet seat +1. Finally got my cabinet seat +1 and there's no research to do. First, let me get somebody martially. I thought that was all of my... It's like, what do you mean only 3 guys? 4 guys. Claudio, no last name. Ah. They couldn't fit in Claudio of Taunga Taranga Atoll. Luis de Alba has 75 at best. How about the women folk? People, characters, women... with Marshall. 78. Versus 75. So not a major difference. Louise, you will get to be cabinet now, and your job is going to be Rebel Crackdown. Lower Egyptians are at 98.9 and get a 0.45 a month right now. Monthly change, monthly progress. So from a 0.45, a minus 0.17. Alright. Mostly I want to keep the Egyptian rebels from rising because chances are that's going to include Egypt and Tunis. That's more than I could be bothered with right now. Okay. So let's see then, research. We've also got, what is this, industrialization? Which can get me iron output, lead output, promotion faster, mills to pay the bills, putrefaction, tannery, naval, weapon, firearm, factory, mill, printing mill, iron mill, diplomacy, ship repair at speed, maximum ship strength repair at sea, maritime presence, subject opinion but not loyalty, antagonism, monthly religious conversion from buildings such as income, town migration, tax assessor, local crown power, maximum tax 10% if in capital. That could be cool. Plus, there's also rights of the commoners to strengthen them. Everyone gets plus 5% to state satisfaction. Peasants get 5% to state satisfaction. Tax efficiency, monthly inflation, clearinghouse. Oh, now here's road costs. Wait a minute, aren't the railroads over on the industrialization side? Naval range, dye mills, commerce center, pop assimilation speed, pottery mill, glass mill, furniture mill. Yeah, steel mill to railroad. Okay, what else do we have here? We got slave laws, slavery banned, government reform, max cabinet C+1, crown power. We could do superior boats. Minting threshold +1. Separatism -5%. Okay, I've been convinced. Let's go for the railroad first, and that'll give me something to spend my money on to drop more proximity. And then we'll build towards rights of commoners. Maximum tax also good. We'll get the tax assessor, and then give rights to our commoners. That's 11 to 15 years of updates. For freedom! They come to take our most sacred liberties, they come for our very freedom. We will fight, and yes, we may die, but we'll have the chance to tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom. 10% estate satisfaction for burghers and army morale up. Burghers are finally a bit happier. Thrace integration's going on, and Thrace is done. Let's put him on Lower Egypt, or Upper Egypt, I think, maybe. Integrate area. Well, there's still more to do for Lower Egypt, now that we have more deserty stuff. Upper Egypt needs integrating, we got more area. Sinai, Levant, we got a little bit too now. Toledo, we got more. Let's integrate on Maghreb. The assimilation of Al Maghreb is going very slowly. Wonder what other buildings I could put here to speed up assimilation speed. There's probably a few burger ones. Pop assimilation speed, merchant quarters. Upgrade to Grand Marketplace. Then why not show me the Grand Marketplace if I got those? Although, since I can only build in... Well, I could build multiple of them. Yeah, those aren't needed, but these ones. What else have we got for... Okay, so Marketplace is all the way the bottom one. Counting Houses, Crown Power. Library Pop Promotion Speed. I should also build more libraries. Get more pop promotion is. Most places have libraries already. Which I'm glad to see. The AI has been very smart about putting them around. And pop promotion speed is why I got 6,758 months to fill up a lumber mill. Max control minting offices. We got most minting offices where we can for max control up. And there's all my money. Alright now, the eternal question of when's my next Senato? Glory for the of Eiffel. Another claim back to Julius Caesar himself. Legitimacy, I got maxed already. Just give me the prestige then. 82, we still get a plus 0.1. Amazing. 3 years, so next. Could actually crack down on guys, maybe. $101 per month for Dahra. 40.98%. So we are getting more Tunisians in general around here. Okay, Dahra is there, so... We do have a sizable Tunisian majority now. Castilian, Algerian, Zenati. Let's move Dahra to someplace else then. Put them in. They do have large populations all throughout any. We'll put them over in here, Noran. Get them more Tunisian-y. 18.53% is Tunisians there. Hey, we got one whole stability right now. We got some good coastal control. Lots of places still poo over in Spain. Egypt, looking nice by my mediocre standards. The Aegean, not so much. How do I have? 100% over there. Friendly armies is giving 50. Friendly armies gives 50. So the fact that I have all these regulars here raises control. I could be raising control that way. Hold on. If I raise control around these areas that also help with separatism. I do have way more soldiers than I really need. So if I figure that most of the conquest I need has been done, and if I want to split my armies up anyway, Alvernat Patrius proclaimed a country in Karlat. Oh, I see what happened now. The Thakarava has ended their civil war, and then these guys popped up. Okay. Where's my other army? One here, one down there. Alright, let's keep these guys going on to Alcaraz. We'll pick these guys up then. Well, it's big on my colonies out there to actually get some work done themselves. We have a castle over there. We'll go straight for it. So how big is this rebel? 2,700 guys. Oh shit. %0 already. They've only got 347 defenders. Naturally, I'm gonna try to milk this war as much as I can, though. What's Hungary got going on? Galway Burger Civil War. They never asked me into it. Okay, they got 4,000 guys they want to contest me with. Narbonese needs to rest. 3,000, 2,000, and 1,000. We got time. Well, they sit on my fort anyway. Let's see. They're in Rhodes, we'll go to Millau. How many defenders do I have at 0 fort maintenance? 200, not bad. I'm sure it'd be more if I put more fort maintenance in. But 225 is alright. We'll give them a commander. Somebody who's a master at arms, infantry power. And decent all-around stats. You know what? Let's go ahead and raise our army maintenance a bit too. We'll pay them. Get their maintenance back up, or the morale back up, and then go for the kill. An incentive to these levies that got risen is that they'll get to take an actual paycheck home to their families. Full stack wipe. Go on home. Enjoy your payday. Tell your wives how much you kicked ass. We're at -7%. From 2 battles in which we gutted their army and then wiped it out. 0.01%. Immensa Eterni DA. Institution growth. Speaking of institution growth, how long do we have until levy en masse? 7.74% of the country. A few of Bohemia's vassals already have it. It's got some big growth in Bohemia. Some spread, but it's spreading a whole lot more in us. Southern Italy's very exposed. Spain is a desolation. Tunis has some. Egypt's barely got any, so it's gonna take a while still. But we do have literacy up and down our legs all throughout Greece, up and down the Nile, up around North Africa, so it's gonna spread. There's us and there's everybody else. Oh, how's our boats? We got our fleet finally? Look at that, we got our Red Sea fleet now. 20 boats. To patrol around here. Where are the maps up to Zututlan? From Alaba? And you, Spain is so small. Sushima's got themselves a pirate colony too. Oh, I thought there's some spread going on here. Palau hasn't been colonized by the Scottish yet. CNMI has been colonized by the Scottish yet, who made their way on over. Scots. I can't believe it. I thought I was protecting my cousin by putting a wall of colonies here, a wall of colonies here. And the Scots just swooped on through around the other way. What I should have done is take the minor outlying islands like Falklands. And that way, they can't get footholds to expand further, like they did. Unhappiness among the commoners. Well, have they got news? We'll lose 10% satisfaction for now, because ruling as we see fit is improving their situation. They just don't realize it. And so I'm willing to accept being bad-mouthed on Proto Twitter. Considering that so many, pretty much every single education type except for religious does not give anything to peasants, I could excuse them for not fully understanding the direction my policies take them. I shall forgive my common people, for they shall understand in time. Now where else is low control? Let's put them around here. Where's my other big transport fleets? I just send them here with everybody else? And there's more of my heavies. More transports over here. What's the Morocco doing? No wars right now, they just have their regulars on the border. Is it too soon to pick a target of crusade? No valid countries. Is it because I've taken half of Philistine? Did I take the parts they care about? Or is it because we currently are enjoying a truce? Egypt for the next 3 years. First we're betting against Hungary. They just gave me more. Nah, we don't have more favors doing it that way. Well, where's my transportation fleets? There we go. I knew it was in there somewhere. Minor Rural Uprising, Piedmontese. Yeah, see? That's how it's supposed. That's the new fix. I won't say the new fix, but the new balancing. Instead of 10 years of minus 2% prosperity per month and minus 0.5 control per month, it's only 60 months. The minus 2 prosperity has been reduced to minus 0.5. The minus 0.5 monthly control is still there, but given that it's only 60 months instead of 120, so only 5 years now, it's not as bad. Lucca, Genoa, fucking Piedmontese. Control's alright in the Piedmontese area. How'd you get to 100? So much of our new modern road network has been built. There's a little bit more green where once was yellow, and that's only modern roads. That's not even railroads yet. Look at that. Putting the modern road network connecting to the capital has made a lot more of these mustard stains disappear. I kind of want to keep building more, but I kind of want to keep building more, but I want to save up cash until railroads, because I know railroads are going to be expensive. So let's see, this has Zebex, 2-deckers. I don't want to just merge everything together, but I'm tempted. Briggs, Hulks. Nah, thought that was right. Zebek being a galley type. Here. What I'm tempted to do, you know what? Let's organize this. War fleets will send out. Briggs is all transports. We'll put the Briggs over here. 2-deckers. 2-deckers, Zebek, frigate. So this is supposed to be a light fleet, but it could be severely damaged. Zebek and 2-deckers, Zebek and 2-decker. And war galleons. So this looks like also just a war fleet. 89, that's war fleets. Zebek, 2-decker, and frigate. Galleasses. And 2-deckers. Okay. So, the war fleets, we'll just combine into one for now, so I can reorganize them. And then you... 12 galleys, 2 light ships, 2 heavy ships. So you have taken just a whole lot of damage in war. We'll send you down to here. 12 light ships. We'll put you up over here. Where's the rest of my fleet? Were they all? I think I should just rebuild my fleets then. And have them more geographically compact. I had some going on some pretty wide routes. Okay. Frigate. We'll start by building some in the areas that I want them to patrol. So this will be one region, this will be another region, this will be another region, this will be its own region. I guess this will be over here. Okay. And hopefully they're just building to port and not doing the crazy thing where sometimes they'll start building to fleet where they shouldn't be building to fleets. This one will just be Adriatic. Oh, control's getting higher up with these guys around. With control higher up, does separatism go down? Rural settlement, found town. Okay, so we can found a town there. So we did Real. We cannot because separatism. Let's see if we can get Ciudad Real up. But this population is good too, right? Nah, population is pretty bad. Ah well. We'll let Spain be the backwater. Though, can we raise up towns to cities here? Found city. Melfi. Found city. Benevento, you ready for city status? Benevento was not ready for city status. Luceri. Requirement not met. Manfredonia is ready. Matera has been here for a while. They're not ready. I haven't been doing enough population raising. According to everyone who's a pro with the game, towns are basically unnecessary. Towns are just the awkward pubescent period from rural to city. And so if you have a town that could become a city, you should make that town a city. But I find there's some benefit because a town could still have rural buildings, and so you might have a location that benefits from rural and urban buildings. But then again, I'm not a pro, am I? Separatism. The question becomes, which rural locations do you want to turn into towns, to turn into cities? And which rural locations do you want to maintain rural status? For the benefit of feeding your cities, for the benefit of RGOs. Though RGOs also scale by population. Separatism. Okay, that's a lot of lumber, glass, etc. being used, so let's not strain them too badly. Cagliari, separatism, Villa de Chiesa, separatism, Oresanto, separatism. Alright. Not everybody could be as rich and lush as southern Italy then. Cefalu is ready. Girgenti is ready. Mazara. Requirements not met. Trapani. Requirements not met. Kanihani is a rural settlement. Sargusa. Syracusa rises again. How about Malta? Can Malta be a city? Malta is ready to be a city. And then everybody's going to starve. Four years, October coming up. So maybe I'm lucky. They warn that playing a 1.0.x save might put you in an unplayable state, but this campaign's basically been vaccinated and inoculated over every other patch and update. And so, Ogan demands the extradition of Agum. 15,000, not gonna do it. I like Ogan. If I have to get rid of colonies, I'd rather keep my Indonesian properties for all of the cloves and everything else we got there. Not that I'm making much benefit of it. Seven, 8, 9, 30, 31. Now we'll start Senato to get maximum amount of ticks, of monthly ticks over the 180 days. Integration process, kus edfu esnakenahu. Mining operations, stone, marble, marble, iron, lead, marble, marble, stone, mercury, tin. So, useful. There's things that I do want. Shipbuilding facilities I'm okay on. Mining operations. Let's do mining operations. %47% already. Let's see what the damage is. Lessen levy obligations. Makes everybody unhappy. Address Pirate Haven complaint. Yes, please. Commoners unhappy that we're removing pirate havens. Change policy. No. Free village complaints. You're joking. All that does is 1% peasant enfranchisement. They could have it. Lose 1 diplomats to get inwards. Okay, let's do additional taxes first. And then, what law change do we want? Based on my values. Innovative I want. Spiritualist. Same religion I gotta keep, just so we maintain the same rulers for Italy, Hungary, Poland. Everything else is a minus, so it's religious teachings I gotta get rid of. The one that actually gives literacy for peasants, laborers, and soldiers. But between every other building we got going on, we are raising max literacy across the board. So, let's say right now, a peasant can get up to 90% literacy. With every other bonus we have going on, he'll be at 85, and I guess that's okay. Education of the masses, education of the elites. Education of our population of vital importance. Providing our people with ample access to appropriate materials regardless of their place in the social hierarchy. See, but all the other educational policies don't give any benefit to the lower classes. Secular education does give a max literacy plus 10%, so across the board that's 10% for everyone, even if we don't get specifically 5% for soldiers, laborers, peasants, or burghers. It's everyone gets the same 10% max literacy as nobles and clergy do here. But it does drop my clergy satisfaction. It would go down to 62% equilibrium. Apprenticeships would give trade advantage and gives burghers, clergy, and noble, so basically everyone except for peasants, laborers, and soldiers. Okay, we'll boost burghers, clergy, and nobles. Secular education would be great if it wasn't for losing so much of my clergy happiness. Well, individual apprenticeship it is. And now I gotta get back to above 50. We'll lessen levy obligation for 5 years, that's okay. I hardly use them anyway. Artisan Guild complaint. Production method for more burger power. Nah, they could have it. And so now, values-wise, we'll stop losing humanist. We've managed to plug it up at 93.72. All these building projects we got going on. Oh, I'm being dumb. I let an extra tax cycle pass by without actually raising taxes. Nobles tax at 56%. Burgers. They're rising up to 80 anyway. And commoners are already getting squeezed out. What estate constructions do we have? Modern roads, windmills, farming villages, breweries, printing manufactories, naval batteries, opera houses are making themselves, fishing villages, irrigation. Apostolicae Servititus. I'll come back. Clergy, estate, satisfaction, equilibrium, an extra 10%. Wow, not a single drop frame today yet. May it be that well behaved at the rest of the day. Of course, now I gotta worry about the game occasionally activating its Bitcoin miner and staggering up for a bit. Again, my dream strategy game would be completely ugly as sin. Spruce it up to 100%, that's okay. Still gonna squeeze it out as much as I can. Influence of Saragossa. 5% support or gain development. I'm at 62% so far. So I think we'll just benefit for the 0.25 development. So how does development look right now? Where would that be under? Development. So, outside of a few cities, our average development isn't the best. Northern Italy is more developed than Southern Italy. France and Bohemia have more average development. Egypt has some good development up, down the Nile and the Delta, so they're kind of raising us up. But that's okay. Not every place on the planet needs to be massive development. How about prosperity? Prosperity is doing pretty damn good. You don't need to be a fully max developed industrial hellhole to be prosperous and happy. General's bothered. Focus on the Navy is hurting our army. The fleet it is, damn them. To get to 96 naval. Nah, maximum Navy it is. You crazy? So, fleet over here. We'll have you patrol in your standard routes. And I think we'll make somebody else to do this part of the Aegean. Who would take responsibility for this bit, though? Maybe the Aegean one. We'll do the Aegean and up into there. And there's transport. So let's build separate Aegean fleets. What do you want? Know where yet? I think we just have this one go here around Egypt, and then someone else here could do Cyprus and along the eastern, northeastern coast. Try to make it more localized. Alright. Got new navy. New navy. New navy, you stay home. What's this one? Transports. New navy over here. New navy over here. New navy. New navy. New navy. All right. And this used to be the home fleets, but they're completely gutted too. All right. Let's get our patrols back. This guy would do straight to Gibraltar and a little bit beyond. Because that's kind of a small area to patrol. You will mostly do the Spanish coast around here. I didn't get them all merged together. Okay. Patrol seas around here. I got ahead of myself, alright? Then this guy will stay primarily around this northern area, with a bit of a loop around Corsica. This fleet primarily has Sardinia, Corsica, so some overlap. This group will primarily have Sicily, we'll give them Sicily and the bits down here too. And this group, since that area is covered already, will primarily do this lower bit. Now, we'll put them up here too. And these guys will cover a lot of northern Africa and Tunis. So let's have this group, not Hunt Navy. We'll have this group do Sicily and some help around Tunis to double up around it. This is transports. And then this guy's gonna cover the area south of Crete and all this. Yeah? Yeah. Ooh. Now, this guy's picked up a bunch of spare cogs. We'll send those over to the rest of these transport boats. And baby, you need so many more light ships, and heavies, and galleys. My poor light fleet suffered such heavy losses. Okay, so built to fleet. They have one light ship there. Let's just do 15 light ships total. I see the problem. I forgot to merge these guys into one big fleet. So I gotta redo their order again. You guys will cover, again, this bit to that bit. And now let's build these guys have it easy. Just over here. Build to fleet. We'll do the frigates first. Just add 10 extra boats to them. Some of these areas have separatism, but they're still happy to do my orders. And that's all my money. Who would have guessed that building a whole navy from scratch again is expensive? And I still gotta build the heavy ships that will protect them during times of war. 5% support or development. I'll get the development. Steel mill unlocked, so railroads are gonna be next. Railroads that I got no money. Max the minting. I want those railroads. Zaragoza's up to 58.83%. That's cool. Maritima has a good majority for Neapolitans. And we're actually building up manpower again. We're only on maintenance, not replenishing, so everybody else out here is as replenished as they have to be. So why don't I split these guys up? I think half is alright. So let's make a new unit. That's 5 musketeers. Five cavalry. And 5 mortar. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. We could have this just be the Western group then. And this is Senato agrees. That was a fast 6 months. Then here we got 26, 24, 18. I think it must have drained some at some point. So, I think what I'm gonna start doing is start putting them in stacks of 555. Because especially as you go up in the eras, these guys get pretty beefy. And the home stack has a bit of replenishing to do. 16, 14, and 8. which will also help with manpower, not with manpower, with my maintaining my military hegemon, because if I want everyone equal, I have to rebuild a few here or there. High Alemannic. Eh. $11, $9, and $3. And the last will just have to make up the difference somehow. Well, look at that. Stacks of 22,000 is plenty for anyone. We'll just have to keep them close together, so that they could cover each other in times of war. Look at how many gods I can spread around, it's insane. I definitely have not been very effective with my armies. I have been very efficient with a lot of things, actually. How's inflation right now? Only 2.57. We're squeezing it out in a big way to get a whole lot of cash in time for railroads. How much would the base cost be? Sand, masonry, and steel. I should probably build steel mill, shouldn't I? Steel mill turns iron and coal into steel. Let's do it. We'll put some in every region. How much are they? Nearly 1,000. We're gonna have a huge demand for them too. Just plant them places. As I know how necessary steel's going to be, where once our wealth was built off books, now it's gonna be built off steel. So we sort by income. Plus 11.17. Damn. Napoli's got a few. I'm gonna end up with iron being a rarity at this point. $200 laborers. We gotta promote then. Nothing's stopping them from promoting. But my cash is kind of a hard limit. We gotta make so much steel if you want to make so much railroads. Hermano Bruno, the 11th Navy. That's okay. Look at all these flies going around. The game can't handle all these flies. Okay, but this group here is my Aegean. So let's get you guys down here. And we'll get the last of our stack going. You're gonna patrol around. In here. Sneak into that armpit. You'll have north of Crete. And a bit here as well. We'll put some overlap. Overlap's not the worst thing. Our maritime present has gotten so decayed in places. 62. Oh, we're barely even over here. Everyone else's presence here but us. 50, 90, 42 around Crete, because everybody else's fleets coming around during war has increased their presence for a while. We're dominant in a lot of places, but as any good capitalist knows, dominant isn't enough, is it? $3.98. That's alright if it's getting me this much money per month. Woo. And the extra tax is gone already. Let's put diplomatic spending down, because it's not exactly helping my... Oh, I got excited for a second. 1836 is simply because it's stalled. I thought all of my diplomatic spending was giving me so much. Out of 9,072, it just gets bigger and bigger. They're getting more bloated, more prosperous. Hungary needs to be subject to another Black Plague. Unhappiness among commoners, we rule as we see fit. See, it likes to repeat them in very short succession. Maritima, I think 74% majority is very good enough. Let's wipe out those Ligurians. We'll work our way up. We'll do Campania next. Look at how much Neapolitan majority we got throughout Italy. It's already pretty damn good. Zaragoza, 63%. I guess 70 will be the baseline I go for. So Alcaniz. Cancel. Isn't that much majority, so keep it going. $41,000 again, and when do I get my railroad? My railroad. April of this year, it's coming up fast. Inefficient minting. Lack of gold and silver now. Okay, where's my gold and silver? And mercury for mercury patios, maybe? And we should do iron too. Any place that isn't maxed out on iron. Okay. Iron is already excellent. Silver and gold. Silver. A couple more. Gold, I feel like, yeah, if it's lined out, we've already got as much as we can. Polygyros. That's our only source of gold right now? Who else has gold? See, now we're feeling the need for more gold. There's overseas gold, but of course that requires being good at the trade. Okay, Napoli market, we could order from Praha, or how about from my other areas? .7, goods amount 0.05. Give me a bit more space. I am using more, right? Current trades, yeah. Biacco, Niani. Chiatages. Hey. Okay. Gotta get lots of gold for it. Next tick. It's a lot of maintenance we have to do. And we're still at inefficient minting. Great! $74.09%. Fieschi and Cagliari. Latin Patriots. Almost there. Just a couple of weeks more, we get our railroad. Railroad for proximity. Though, our steel mills are still building. There we go. Road been upgraded to a rail connection, massively increasing travel speed and logistics. Movement cost minus 80%. Market access cost 40%. Proximity cost minus 35%, and in both directions, development and construction speed. Sand, masonry, and steel. So, can or should I build some railroads? Not enough steel in Napoli market to do this. I gotta wait, that was too slow, I was too excited. But at least we'll have tons of money for when we do get it. How's my inflation right now? 5.45? Only raised by 0.26 a month because of our inefficient minting. I've completely exhausted my supply of gold. So what do we lose in efficient minting? 75. Following demands to Napoli market gold and silver. Still inefficient minting, though I got that little gold and silver. Okay. So I still make 5,000 a month with no minting. And the moment I do any minting at all, efficiency is dead. But I'm still making money, so... it's still working out for me. Maritime presence, okay. But that's everybody's maritime presence, not just my own. Mamluks, October of next year. Unused trade capacity of 0. So let's see, now that we got our railroad, ship repair at sea, ship strength repair at sea, maritime trade advantage and trade company headquarters, maritime presence, subject opinion, subject income, towns and cities migration attraction, tax assessor for local crown power, add in capital, crown power, maximum tax and absolutism, and then rights of commoners. There's only gonna be, what is it, 80 years coming up now? 1836. We're doing pretty good at least. Proximity is looking nice with our naval governors and our local governors. Gibraltar and areas around there. That's fine. Kiev Independence Movement. With the following members: Kiev, Ottomans, Norway, Alania. That didn't kick Ottomans out, did it? Because they're also in the coalition against us. Okay. Ottomans aren't in the anti-us coalition. Spain has joined the coalition against Italy. So, tell me about this anti-me coalition. Who's all in it? Nobody. Nobody but Spain. And so if the Ottomans join the anti-me coalition, I have to be kicked out of Kiev's independence. Look at that. We're stronger than the target. We could take him on right now. But it's all down to whether or not the AI wants to do it. We just have to set cabinet member, set this group, park him over in Berdyansk, then they'll march on over this way, and then just start sieging everything down. It'd be too easy. Diplomats. Simone Pesci. Na. They didn't get rid of the fanfare for every single pop-up yet in this hotfix. I won't say hotfix. I want it to be hotfix. Tarazona is now a core. Now that we have more Catalan majority area. Artist emigrates. Luca Esposito from the lands of Italy has arrived on our doorstep, seeking protection and the benefits of our lack of censorship laws. Esposito emigrating from Italy to Italy? Yet another talented artist comes to our country. For real or AI? No, actually, 66 artistic talent, and he's prescient, he's got a chance of starting his work. So we've actually got somebody with some actual skill. A pleasant legal coincidence? It appears that Cosimo Roman has recently represented prominent members of the burghers in court, earning them favorable results. As a reward, they have made a generous donation to our coffers. While this monetary benefit will surely further our wealth, our advisors are eager to suggest countless ways to properly invest our newfound coin. 74,000. The burghers have given me 74,000. Look at how many ducats they got, though. They earned 4,420 a month. They got 494,000. We thank them for their gift. Okay, so these are all transports here, right? We got 132 and 160. So send all of these to hang out with these guys. We got no more Navy queues. 15 light ships. 2 stacks of 15 here. What's this? Transports again. 15, 15. Alright, let's get these guys up to 15 first. 15 to build to them. Or 10 to make that 15. You got 15 here. Twelve light ships. One, two, three, 4, 5. Five over here. 2 light ships only. Okay. So 10 more frigates for you. And poor baby. You need 13 more light ships. Okay. And then we'll build some defenders for these crowns. I think 5 heavies for all of them is a fair number. Two deckers. Or just war galleons. We'll do war galleons for now. They still count as heavies. You got plenty of heavies, so you're fine. You're gonna need more heavies. You got 5 heavies already. Home fleet has 1 heavy. Come on, Malta. One little click. Got 2 fleets here. 50th first. Then the 3rd Navy. And because war galleons are so cheap, Naval Hegemon doesn't care about the quality of the heavy ship. They just care about the quantity of the heavy ship. Oh, these guys gotta go all the way around Africa to get here. But I do at least have good, or is it naval range? So they'll be safe. It'll just take them a while to get there. So that's 60 extra heavies being made. 60 extra heavies. I'm the #1 great power in the world again. For Naval Hegemon, I need 460 heavy ships. I've only got 206 right now. So I still have Great Wu! What is Great Wu doing with 419 heavy ships? Economic Hegemon. We got a long way to go. We're at least beating Bohemia right now. Are we actually beating Bohemia on tax rate? Let's see. 20,000. Look at that. We hit the singularity. 20,985. Bohemia? 23,000. So they still beat me. $20.87. If I max out my diplomatic spending, 1920. And the more prosperous Hungary gets within these last 80, 90 years, the more that's going to push the number further into the future. Will the next Hungary just in time to put the first Italian on the moon? Time is it almost noon? So almost time to give the cats a bit more lunch. These cats have been spoiled. So very spoiled. They're gonna be so upset when the apartment finally finishes repairing, we can move back in. Because not only are they going from this nice big house with lots of places to run around, and lots of grass outside to explore around in with no neighbors or few neighbors, they gotta go back to a tiny apartment that's mostly boxy around them. A lot more neighbor traffic, which spooks Onyx. And then they're gonna lose out on the extra meals their grandma's been giving them. Like, Mom, that's not a snack. You're giving them a whole meal's worth. No wonder they aren't touching their food. Minus 0.63. We got some big drops on them now. Maybe they love me in Lower Egypt now. Maritime presence already recovering. I'd still prefer the blues came back. 100%. Should be a nice, attractive blue. I liked that. I liked the old system. In the old system, you had variations of green for when you're doing alright, and blue was their way of saying congratulations, 100%, it cannot get any higher than it already is. And of course, maritime presence also helps my proximity cost, going to and from port. Let's see. We're not building... We got some steel mills being produced. But a lot of them are done, so can I build railroads now? It looks like I have steel now. I have steel now. So let's see, we have worse proximity along the Adriatic coast. We also got some, well, we don't gotta make a direct road here to Spain. The point is to radiate outwards, right? So we could put a railroad going up here to a great railroad going to Ferrara. 16,000 only. And then they could put another railroad going up the coast on the west side to Genoa. Man, I'm trying to look. Get the fuck out of my face. Read the room. It does look like it bypasses some coastal areas, but coastal gets good proximity as it is, so... Okay. And then we'll do a Genoa to Ferrara Railroad that goes on upwards, follows the rivers down. Can we make it across the strait and go into Sicily? How big of a bridge can we make here? No route. Ah. Well, we could bring it down Calabria at least. I gotta zoom all the way out and reorient things so I can actually see my route. $12,500. I'm gonna run out of steel so fast. Then from Napoli, let's build it down to Cadipuli. And then from Cadipuli, we could build it to Lecce. And then from Lecce, we can go up the coast here. So it joins up. Okay. And then maybe some roads in Spain now. We got some good proximity sources here. Where's my Toledo? Toledo to Valencia. Valencia towards Burgos. Burgos to Barcelona, perhaps. Maybe railroad Toledo to Burgos. Got to go through Spain for that. It keeps wanting to go through Spain. And how about from Malaga? We can't afford it! We built so many railroads. And you know what? I don't know if we'll have enough steel for all these railroads. Look at all these railroads being made. Railroad, oh, look at 500 days, 600 days, 400 days, 1,032 days. Steel, we've actually got surplus in some places, thanks to all the mills we've been making. It's a good thing that amount and quality of roads doesn't contribute towards land value. I want to stay full-on naval, with all of my internals supported simply by good investments in infrastructure. Annual basis. Bureaucracy gives a country a nice little tax boost, but sometimes the right men at the right places can give the country that little bit extra. It's a shame that a few years down the line, they have to be promoted beyond their ability. Successful bureaucracy tax efficiency for 10 years. Cool. And we're back up in 6-digit manpower. We haven't had that for a while. The benefit of letting these nothingness wars continue. 188 drunk uncles who think they're gonna change the world. Hanging out in Rodez. We'll let them play for as long as they want. But first, it's been over 2 hours, so... for all this excitement I'm having, let me put it on pause for now. Put the world map at its proper orientation, the correct orientation. And then I shall be back in a few minutes. I'm good on tea, so it probably won't take too long. Let's get back into it, shall we? Pop right back in over here, get the paranoia check. I'm amazed that the way that the bitrate can be here sometimes. Only 63 drop frames across 2 hours, stable bitrate. How to guarantee that forevermore? Somalia is doing pretty good for itself. You know, this is one of the benefits of playing expansionist in Europe. Because so many European countries have either been gutted to fall under my control or belong to me. European colonialism can't, I can't speak for my own colonialism. It can't be as robust as it was historically. So many parts of the world right now get to just do their own thing. No opium wars. No British dominion over all of India. Instead of the Dutch staking their claim in Indonesia, we got a couple of places, a little triangle here. But otherwise, they get to do what they want. Though now the Scots have snuck through, hopped around the Pacific when I thought I put a wall up, subjugated some of my cousins. Wouldn't it be funny if our old family legend of us in Angar, at least some of our family, having come from some ancient time from Papua, if it gets reenacted in Scottish colonization of Palau, from Papua to Palau? We're starting to get the bug where certain highlighted things never go away. It keeps making me think that maybe some pirate republic popped up in one of my cities, but no, it's just a highlight that gets funky sometimes. Oh, those railroads! Oh, those railroads! The Great Italian Railroad? A Spanish network? Maybe I should join them. Where else could use more proximity? The Aegean, we could put ones throughout. We've got some more green going on over here. We're getting better green now that our maritime presence is back up. France has proposed a crusade against Egypt. Oh, we should have gotten to it first. If we don't vote, the last time this happened, they have a majority of yes votes. Because if you discount me, it's 7 votes for France, 1 for the Papal States, 1 for Poland. But they don't have 18 votes of my own. I can't vote for this. I can't vote for this because I have rebels above 98% progress, and I have rebels at 98% progress forevermore, and that's simply never going to go anywhere. And so, I can't join the vote to call for a crusade because that will pull me into the war, and I'm not allowed to start the war. Or I'm not allowed to join a war right now. But what I can do is I could ask a crusade target. So I can't join a vote to crusade against Egypt, but I could start a vote to crusade against Egypt. Rumors of rebellion, despite the lower status, our colonies are home to many bright and charismatic individuals. 7 stability and 10 legitimacy, or everyone gets 10 liberty desire. It's only 7 and 10. Let's go ahead, find the diplomatic solution. Then spend a little bit more to get, we'll say, a quarter of a whole legitimacy per month. Let's see, Egypt is still... They're not in the anti-me coalition because we kicked their asses during the previous crusade. And now the only one of the anti-me coalition is Spain. Bohemia! No. Spain, Bohemia, France, Tunis, Basra tribe, and Jerid. So the anti-me coalition is basically the remainders of continental Europe that that isn't Poland, isn't Hungary, isn't Kiev. So these guys either are part of me or we're in the same faction. And then Smolensk, Sweden, Norway, they don't really care any of. They don't care. England doesn't care. They're too far out. They're too distal. Egypt is aligned with Carthage and Tunis. So we could fight Tunis, but Tunis shouldn't be able to call the rest of the coalition in. If they join Egypt, then they're called to arms. The voice of Dr. Variadi Adyawaram. Adwayar Warman. A fiery speaker and influential figure, has begun to stir unrest in Ogun. Through speeches, letters, and instigations of the public to demand more representation, he questions our authority and rallies the others to seek independence for the Kingdom of Italy. Though he has yet to openly call for revolt, his influence grows with each passing day. Demand his extradition. So, this is the opposite side of the event then, because normally, when their own cabinet members get fiery, they beg us to extradite their own cabinet member, which is really odd. Words alone can't topple us. Attempt to assassinate him. What if we demand his extradition? It's only Ogun. Ogun has 29,000 troops. We have 60,000 troops of the expeditionary forces sitting there. Oh, 75,000, sorry. So if they do act up, we can take them on. And Liberty Desire does tick by month towards 0. Used as currency in some subject interactions, oh no. Let him speak. What? Wait. They actually had a decent amount of people there? Well, let's march some guys over then. They made some actual progress. 481 guys. Oh, look at that. We lost some war progress now. We'll kick their butts, the last 481 guys. Take Rhodes back. Wait for morale to top off because they just had a long march. And then we begin our battle. That's it. That's all their army. Zero army, 0 boats. And 11 defenders. Oh, wow. Papal states have been schmoozed as much as they can. The Pope loves us. The whole constantly fighting Mainz because the Pope is aligned to Mainz, and so when we fight Mainz, the Pope joins the war, and as a consequence of peace, we end up taking more land away from the Pope until he's kicked all the way out to Central Africa. Ancient history. Water under the bridge, he loves us now. Can we get Spain to hate us a bit less too? Because they're the current leader of the anti-me coalition. So if we drop enough antagonism with them, which is also something you do with the improved relations, then that could completely nullify France and Bohemia's involvement in a coalition that should no longer exist. Spain, you gotta understand, it was a crusade against the Mamluks. The heathens hold the Holy Land and you were siding with them. That's not very Catholic, Spain. We had to it was self-defense to take a bit more land away from you. Oh. They also took back Aurelac. It doesn't tell you when your occupations get liberated. It really should. Turns out this morale, average morale of besieger, is what gets depleted when you do assault. It's not this morale like I thought, it's this morale. But hey, something for our guys to do. Call for crusade, I can't vote on it. 8 votes to 1. Who's voting against, the Pope or Poland? The Pope is voting against the Crusades. And because they lack my 18 votes, there's not enough majority of all Christendom votes to launch France's crusade against Egypt. Oh, we got a new queen. In order, sad news, Queen Giovanna II, the Dubious of Eiffel, has died at the age of 64. Queen of the Kingdom of Italy. Her late apostolic majesty died while the navy was at Port Sakadana. Her sinful life brought nothing but shame to our country. Queen Margherita Angio, we're officially back with Angios on the throne, will now rule the glorious country. Her tutors could not make a great woman out of her apostolic majesty, though we are hoping ruling our great country will. So who's going to be our heir then? Because we have must be same religion, and all of her kids have taken their dad's religion. Our younger sister, Maria Angio, married to Luigi, who's also Hussite, and so her kids are Hussite. So it's gonna end up bouncing to Filippo, who at least does have Catholic kids. They're all girls, but they're all Catholics at least. Okay. And number 1 great power in the world. 2815, Great Wu. 1813, 1,000 behind. Population scale by control, 296. Pop scale by control, 327. Regular army size, regular navy size. Alright, unmarried children. And children could have better, but they're all too old. It's too late for them. 12 years of age, 15 years of age, 15 years of age, forget it. And what have we got? Some Hussite hussy? Nobody wants a royal marriage? Arsenio D. King George. There's not a lot of young folk. AI is pretty bereft of marriages, I guess. Maybe too many old guys that are married, so young guys can't. And there's no Angios. There's no Bachelor Angio. There's Carlo. Okay, Katarina. And he's also a Hussite. Who's my youngest? Katarina, 28. So, let's at least get more Angios produced. Any boys I could marry? Carlo? Hussite Carlo. So stat-wise, there's not so many options. He's 25 years of age. You got 71, Marshall. And you're pretty close together. Filippo. 16-year-old Filippo. With diplomacy. No valid orders of chivalry available. Really? Even in Hungary? Hungary has had the Order of St. George. Is it because he's a Hussite? Is that keeping him from joining Hungary's order? "16 years old. Well, we'll marry you to the youngest bachelorette then." But then again, Hikueru has 77. What's a 3-year age difference? We've certainly paired them off with worse. And then Maria, my younger daughter. There's no more Angios, so... 67, 67. Filippo di Dai has some pretty decent stats as far as candidates go. Not that it matters. I don't think that the stats of the people paired off actually do anything. Not Crusader Kings after all, where people get obsessed with doing some kind of weirdo eugenics. The voice of Pendikar Agum. Another? What is going on with Olgan? Alright. We'll just have Olgan get all the liberty desire. And then we'll crush him. Let's stick him next door first. That way our armies don't count as exiled. Oh, look at that, we got an upgrade to the flag. Our flag turned into the tricolors, I think as we got close to or enter the Age of Revolutions. And now it's got the Angio shield and crown. What's these stars? Penalties are active. Right, must be commander of the biggest military force. In all fairness, we died, so I just forgot. 7th Fleet is the biggest one we got. It'd be nice if these were in some kind of order. Oh. This is in some kind of order. It's a numerical order that's trying to be alphabetic. So it goes 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and then 1, because 1 is just 1, it's basically the tens place, and then 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 2, and then 30, 31, 32, because 30 is 3, 0. 30 is 3, 0, and then 31 is 3, 1, and then 3 is just 3, so it's after everything else. It's so bizarre. How did that happen? Because the numerical is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, So I think the best comparison is it's alphabetical but with numbers. Where like alphabetical, AAA goes before AAAB, and so on, so on. Yeah, it's treating numbers like letters. How does that happen programmatically? Did I not put her as... No, I didn't. Because I'd imagine computers know how numbers work. The whole calculation stuff is very important to computers, and so they understand how numbers get ordered. So this had to be... They had to do this on purpose. They had to tell the computer, oh no, don't you worry about that. It's supposed to be this way. Computer, you know how AAA go, and then AAB, AAC, AAD, and after AAZ you have ABA? Computer's like, yeah, do the same thing but with numbers. It goes 1, 1, 1, then 1, 1, 2, and so... No, that's how it should be. They have it go 1, 2 before 1, so it's just backwards. They just have it... Is that how numbers work in Sweden? That can't be how numbers work in Sweden. Like, people joke about it, but IKEA instructions make sense. Is there the speciality just wood, and not so much the numbers? Is that why the instruction booklets are all just photographs? Well, not really photographs, but diagrams and not numbers? I'm worried now. Is that why Paradox games get very prone to spaghetti code, because they have the numbers going backwards? Egypt's joined the coalition. Great, so if we do a crusade against Egypt, it's gonna be a crusade against Egypt, and Tunis because they're aligned, and Spain because of the coalition, and because of the coalition, and France, and Bohemia. We don't quite have 10 favors with Hungary. We have 10 favors with Poland. Are we not building... We didn't max out our favors with you, have we? Curry favors. I thought it was an active ongoing thing. It stopped at some point. I didn't get a pop-up saying that we maxed out our favors. I gotta build more railroads. I'm hungering for more railroads. Where do we have our railroad line stopping at? Here? We can build one across. And so we'll join them up over there. And then from Gandia, let's just go along the coast. I'll just go next door, damn it. Why try to be so extra? And then join it up. 27,000. Can I connect our Italian railroads to our Spanish railroad line? Is that... They've already got... But they have a railroad here already. Did the estates railroad to Marseille? The burghers are already building a railroad for me. And looks like we got... Alright. And then I'll join them together through Barcelona. And then let's put one over the mountains. From Burgos to Toulouse. Except that goes through France. From Burgos to Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port. And then from Saint-Jean... Oh, I don't have the money for it. How's my inflation? My inflation's down. Because I was inflating so hard, we ran out of gold and silver. Even with export bans. Ottomans joined coalition. And because both Ottomans and us are in the Kievan independence movement, they don't get rid of the Ottomans, who contribute nothing to Kievan independence movement. No, they get rid of me. The one who practically makes up the entirety of the independence movement. Sue for peace? Nah. Especially, they continue to exist after the revolt? Heck no. Get out of here. Yeah, let's give, Carlo, we'll give you a diplomatic education. It's not gonna matter. Margarita, we'll give you a martial education. Giovanna, let's give you administrative. Uh-oh. Is that my railroad? A lack of steel in the Moshakar market. Okay. Alright, we can make some more steel mills around here. Iron foundry. Turns iron and coal into tools. Steel mill. Could I make a list? I can't make a list to open. Toggle market selection, there we go. Except now this isn't my build order. There. Okay, more steel. Actually, if I sort by profit here, sort by income. Valencia will put a couple. Oran lacks laborers. Granada's got plenty, but then I got no more cash. So they're just gonna be stalled out on their railroads for a bit. They're making very slight progress. But they are missing 4.39 steel. Medici joining independence movement. Cute. My state banks want to rebel against me, but your state banks! You're not allowed to leave. General Second Army. My banks are joining independence movements. Rumors of rebellion. I don't have the stability to spend, so... Liberty, desire for all. That was weird. Okay, let's move some of my other soldiers into here. So we could get some more appreciable speed to the siege. Out of a maximum of 279,000 manpower. Spies discover good bureaucrat, employ him in administration for legitimacy, diplomacy for prestige, or military for army navy tradition. Prestige is already phenomenal. 84 is my baseline somehow. So, we'll just get some cheap legitimacy. Wasn't I putting more money into legitimacy? I guess maybe was it my lack of skills raising costs of court, maybe? Proximity speed aided by administration. Diplomacy, happier estates if you have better diplomacy. Loyalty of subjects. Nah, nothing over here. Reorganize, but there's no mass embark still. Individual embark, individual embark. Oh, look at that! You could see the railroad, the individual lines for the tracks themselves. So we do have some railroads going already. Hungary, what are you doing going through my maritime presence? What you got going on, Hungary? You helping out Galway again? No war. So I guess you're just trying to counter my own maritime presence. There. Now more damage done to him. Or we could just wait. Waiting is also an option. What are they building here? Sand pits? They want independence, so they could do sand pits of their own. Currying favor, we got 11, which is enough to pull them into war. Poland, should we get some more with you? We got 12 now. We'll curry some more favors with Poland. What's this handshake? Ask for monies on cooldown. Peace imminent. Oh man, 500 days from now, if we don't control the war goal, then we'll wipe peace out and they'll get to exist. They'll get their independence and an enforced peace. Minor uprisings of Bavarians, don't care about them. The warning for not enough iron in the market's gone now. So let's see. I ran out of cash, right? Let's get the railroad going to Tarbes. And from Tarbes to Toulouse. And then from Toulouse, we could join with the rest of... There's already a network between Toulouse and Narbonne. Cool! Look at that. This is that cream color that says the road's already there, dummy. And now let's put one over the mountains, because I'm sure we'll just cut straight through in half there. One route to Toulouse. Take notes, Great Western Rail. Why can't I click on here now? There we go. Town up here. We'll build down to there. We can't afford to build down to there. But next month we can. Some of the bits going up here have finished so much faster than the ones around my core region. This is which one? To Salerno? Okay, to Salerno is finally built. Andorra, La Vela. Let's get you down here this way. And then I'll need more cash. But how's proximity looking now? There's a lot fewer mustard stains in Spain. We got a little bit more green. Even Sardinia's got more green after the recalculation for maritime proximity. Benedictus Deus. See, I could choose a crusade target myself. I can't join France's vote because the game doesn't want me to join somebody else's war. But I still get the right to call for the crusade and choose a target. And because I control the votes, it's gonna be a yes. So I can't join a crusade if somebody else calls it, but I can do a crusade if I call it. Pop Convoysion. With all the stuff to calculate, even speed 6 feels the exact same as speed 5 and 4. Oh man, that Eminent Peace. 420 days to go. That's diplomats. Maximum diplomatic capacity. 40 guys remaining. Or not. Okay, and then let's send everybody else back out. We'll leave... Actually, no. Everybody else go back, except for the 13 stack. 13 stack is just gonna sit around over here. In case a bunch of drunk uncles get some bright ideas again. Oh. I'm at the wrong port. I thought you guys are gonna be at the Timon lot. You're at the Donald Duck lot. Maritime trade, company headquarters, so I'm pretty sure that the trade company stuff doesn't work. Call for peace now. Well, I thought that was gonna be white peace imminent. We're not winning, we just began winning again. Because I don't know who the next rebellion's gonna be after these guys. Albanian Patriots, Andalusi Patriots, Arpitan Patriots, Australianese Patriots, Basque Patriots, Castilian Patriots, Corsican Patriots, Francian Patriots, Gascon Patriots, Cavalier Patriots, Languedocian Patriots, Ligurian Patriots, Masmouda Patriots, Moroccan Patriots, Mozambique Patriots, Sardinian Patriots, Upper Egyptian Patriots, Zanati Patriots again ×3, Lutheran Zealots, would be an actual civil war, Orthodox Zealots, civil war allegedly, Sunni Zealots, hey, check it out, Nobility Insurgents is actually minus 0.03. So we don't know who's gonna be next. We're just gonna sit on this for as long as we can. Nobody minds. It's not that big of a deal. A little bit more grain now that we got some railroads. More green touching in northern and southern Italy. Eastern southern Italy is also more green. Sicily's looking more green. Tunis has some nice green too, but that's more just the naval stuff. Same with Sicily. Same with Sardinia. I just like to see it. Pirates have struck some of our shipping. They tortured and brutally murdered the male passengers, and as for the female passengers, the tales told shock all civilized men. They gave them voting rights? One of the female passengers was a daughter of an important noble, and he is crying out for vengeance. There's heavy implications these pirates are under someone's control, someone's protection. Pirates of West Africa coastline lose power, and we lose 20,000 money. West Africa coastline. You know, we do have all these other islands here that I don't really care about. Too costly, lose 10 burger satisfaction. They're at 93. 83 is not bad, they'll get better. Sebastiano Bruno. Breakalung. Music has stopped. It's the 1st of October, so I think that the game is probably trying to squeeze out the biggest poop it can. Because right now, August or October 1st is one of the autosave dates, but because it's October 1st, it also wants to push out events. Okay, music has started up, but the game is still frozen. Okay, the game is back. Scare me, game. Let's just demand his extradition. They get an event, either they'll listen or they'll do whatever and gain, what is it? Liberation, desire, whatever. We have to agree for now, lose liberty, desire. If we demand their extradition, he dies. Rumor suggests the real purpose is to execute him swiftly and publicly. But it loses liberty, desire. We'll kill him! and they won't want to become independent. We'll kindness them with killing. I'm actually surprised there's enough proximity all the way out here. I'm basically just letting these guys, and all the way out here, these guys, live in their own semi-independence under our crown, but without any control or proximity. Cold, stale tea. More cores gained in Spain as we spread Catalans around, because Catalans are considered not even tolerated, an official accepted culture. Every land of theirs that is integrated is now cored. And so the more I spread Catalan, the more cores we get in Spain. %79%. Oran 47. So slow for Oran. But there weren't a lot of Tunisians there, so it's actually pretty decent progress, I guess. 103 in Oran specifically, coupled with 50 a month for a Maghreb al Aswat. Kundal demands extradition of Pessi. See, this is a weird thing. Sometimes they demand the extradition of their own cabinet member from me. Which I'm not gonna do, because I'm not gonna spend 5 digits just to lose 10 Liberty Desire. Let them get a little bit first before I start sweating. Do we have roads going this way across this mustard stain? Seems like we do not. And as they go to the coast, they'll join with proximity to capital. Now let's do... Aegean's in a rough spot, so... We got Constantinople for naval governor, but because of naval stuff, maritime presence, and naval values, we got some decent coastal proximity. Let's see, 14,000 bucks. Click already, damn it. Cannot afford 900. That's okay. We'll finish that loop-de-loop in January. War exhaustion's such a silly thing. It's basically... war enthusiasm is how much basically your country's morale for warfare is in a given war. And war exhaustion is if you're in too many wars back to back to back to back to back for too long. It functionally does not exist. So if I spend a couple of years building up decimals of war exhaustion, even if I get it all the way up to 1, It's not gonna do anything. One of the greatest and richest merchant families in the Kingdom of Italy has decided to reward us for our just rule with a sizable donation. As well-respected traders who built their fortune from commerce, the family has developed a reputation as generous patrons of religion and the arts. Now with this newfound wealth, we can strengthen our coffers or give patronage to new talents. He's actually got halfway talent. And he's adept, so his skills will develop. But there's no point buying artists. The game throws them into your lap. We need the money, we're gonna get the money. And we can now embrace levy en masse. Cash-wise, Mamluks has a little bit of it. Bohemia's underlings have a lot of levy en masse. Bohemia understands it around the capital, not enough to embrace yet. I could. I'll wait until I get more stability first. I don't need it right now, especially given I've got advances being researched already. We got a queue of 6. By the time you get the rights of commoners, I'll have more stability to embrace. Could this go from there to here? No route for the location. How about from Constantinople across the channel? No big bridge? Yes, I know you're already building a railroad. I'm trying to click the location, you asshole. The build railroad screen is gone. Relax. We can't afford. Alright. I spent all their kind donation on more railroads. Oh man, 0.02 war exhaustion. Doubled to 0.04. Oh man. Oh man. I'm sure that a bigger pro at Europa Universalis would get all of my Mediterranean areas solid green in like half the time. But I'm happy to see. But then again, lots of the screenshots that people would post on Reddit over the past couple of months about, oh my goodness, look at my all proximity in Africa, all proximity in Russia. On top of taking advantage of accepting Slavic cultures that give bonuses to proximity. A lot of those screenshots are very purposefully in the 18th and 19th century, particularly because of railroads. And, you know, there's lots of bonuses you could stack, but once you get railroads going, it's very easy to get more green. Every time I want to pause on one of the autosave first of month, everything catches fire for a second. Alright, that's a pretty good network around Turkey. We'll build some down this way next, I think. Go around like that. What if I put my naval governors in Barcelona and Valencia? So we start with 80% directly on the coast. But we do have 80% inland here, which is helping radiate out. And also functions as connection to capital, so 80% Alcans, 70% Zaragoza. Once we finish here and here, should I go for the Castilians next? Maritime presence. There's still some yellow down around Crete. 1.59 a month. Alright, he is parked over here to get this going. 74 only. 75. There's gotta be 100 everywhere. Maritime presence, 10%. 90. Slacking. Okay, now that I'm not minting out the wazoo anymore, we got some gold back. How's my demand for gold? Balance? We're maxed again. Supply is well above demand, so go back to minting. Currently, it's a plus 21.26. What about if we tick a bit? We tick a bit, we get Sonato time. Alright. And of course we'll wait for the last day of the month, and this time I won't be foolish and completely lose my advantage for the last day of month tick. Seven, 8, 9, 30, 1. Hunting grounds, forced exploitation. Burgers got nothing for me. Burgers are so happy they got nothing they could possibly want. So, 12s and 11s are all I got. Increased control. Monthly control across the board, 0.5. Counting house, if the debate passes. Integration process, 20% gain. Opera house, just 1 in Cairo. Regimental camps all over the place. Okay, let's do integration process. But I gotta scrounge now. What is this? 35%? 35%. Address local assemblies. Heaven forbid my peasants get any amount of power. 4.41%. Capital economy? Lose 2.5 stability. Okay. And address toll castle complaints. 10 possible nobles and double the noble food consumption. Destroy them! And then we'll even lessen levy obligations, because we're nice like that. Tax exemption. They don't understand the situation here. We did all that for them to get additional taxes. That's before I look at anything else. First thing I'm gonna do, tax nobles up to 50% of their equilibrium. 47.78. The things I gotta do to get them paying taxes. Commoners, I'm nice, will only tax it to 45. Burghers, there, 82.85. When they pay 50.51% of their income into taxes. So starting next tick, this 9,572.86, mine, money in the bank. So, any laws I might want to change? We're ticking ever so slightly towards humanist, and it does want to keep ticking towards spiritualist again. Religious intolerance gives a minus 0.02. Religious intolerance? Innovative centralizations all the way up to 87.65. 43.82 crown power, better proximity speed, annexation speed, disloyal subjects. Quantity is better. Naval is supreme. Communalism is pretty awesome. Outward. I prefer going inward. So is there a way for me to shift the law over to more inward? Not that it matters too much anymore. If we did get it more inward, outward gives power projection and a bunch of stuff I don't care about. Monthly migration. This late into the game? Nah. But more crown power in general. Upwards of 0.5 monthly control. Crown power and monthly control for inward. Expanded archives. Government reform. There's not a lot to give inward then, is there? Black Chambers, colonial expansion, buy blood policy, settled colonies policy, fleet in being, grant colonial authority. So any laws that I can bother with that might give inward? Bureaucracy, just centralize or decentralize, cabinet laws. We've already got dynastic. Tradition or by blood. Civil law or traditional law. Civil's better. Legitimacy and stability, separatism -5 and crown power, individualism, tolerance, and communalism. If we go social contract, happier states and equilibrium. So we're currently on 2 treaties of government for legitimization of power. So we benefit from a little bit of liberalism and an extra 2.5 estate satisfaction equilibrium. We could do tolerance instead of heretics and heathens, which would probably help push our humanism over spiritualism. We're a fair bit intolerant right now. We could push the tolerance of heretics to -0.25, and the tolerance of heathens should be in the positive. Unless intolerance is not just this and this, but also accounts for how hard we're converting. We're only 65.66% Catholic. A huge amount is Sunni. 24%. Okay, let's change our law from the legitimization of our power. From 2 treaties, humanity characterized by reason and tolerance, no man born evil, but human nature lends our people to be selfish and act only for their own good. Government ensures that the selfishness is resolved in civil ways, and serves to defend the natural rights of life, health, liberty, and possession. That sounds pretty good. Social contract. Legitimate government arises from a mutual agreement among individuals to come together and form civil society. Yeah, mutual agreement and consent violently taken over all these places. Certain limitations are put on the natural freedoms of people within society. They are ceded in exchange for the security and benefits provided by the state. Okay, let's make it a contract then to get more tolerance for the heretics and heathens. Oh. It's not a direct 1-1. It just adds to the calculation. 0.1. 0.1? I thought it said 1-1. Did it not? Yeah. Tolerance of heretical beliefs +1 +1. +1's not a 0.1. Unless it's just a +1 into the equation, and it comes out as a 0.1. Oh, that's less exciting. A 2.5 estate happiness is just a straight 2.5 stapled on. More expensive cost of court, cultural influence, and innovative. More expensive cost of court. And our cultural influence is already plus 18.73 per month. It's already well beyond the moon. Our cultural influence is in Saturn. For anybody else to beat us as cultural hegemon, they don't even come close. They're nowhere close. So let's see, it was a court, right? Royal Court Customs, like a court of culture. Court is first and foremost a household of the royal family, serves as a center of culture and prestige. Governmental, administrative affairs are separated from court life. We could do aristocratic court, nobles are happier. The same +1 expected cost of court. Balanced court, legislative efficiency is garbage. They've neutered the only good part of... But then the only real alternative is itinerant court, which does give proximity speed through land, and the little bit of decentralization But if you don't move capital following a succession, you lose a little bit of legitimacy. But unless they fixed it, there is a problem with this, because for sure in history there were certain courts that moved around. You know, you might have the winter capital, the summer capital, the Chinese capital was a few different places. But my understanding from other people who have moved capitals is if you move capital, all the capital-only buildings in the old capital gets destroyed. Completely vanish. So if you move capital, you have to, 1, completely rebuild every single capital building, which, okay, fine on paper. You move to a new place, you gotta build a new infrastructure, but all the old infrastructure just vanishes. So if you're moving around from a few capitals to a few capitals, you're screwing yourself over because all the benefits of those capital buildings are gone. I think what they should do instead is if you build a capital building in your capital and the capital moves, that building should simply become dormant and provide no benefit until it becomes a capital again. Now there is probably some programmatic reason why they don't do it that way, because you can only have a cap of like 1 building per country for some things, right? Or 2 buildings per country. So if you have whatever that can only be built in the capital once, then that's your 1 building for the country. And if you move, you still have, or you would still have the 1 building, except now it's gone because it's not the capital, so it's get deleted. But maybe they could count it, so the dormant capital building, if it's not the capital, doesn't count. I think that's fair, because the capital buildings only give benefit to the capital anyway. So it should just be an on-off. If it's the capital, great, you get to reap benefits of the building. If it's not the capital, sucks to be you. And so I think if there was just a dormancy and activation for capital buildings and not just completely delete it, then there would actually be reason to do itinerant court and build up multiple capitals. Because otherwise, you're just gonna stay in Naples the entire time. But if we could be itinerant, maybe we'll spend 1 reign in Barcelona, another reign in Parma, a reign in Constantinople or in Egypt. If we have a big risk of rebellion out here and we want more proximity to pacify these guys. And I'd be spending more money in building up multiple capitals, but I'll get to keep those buildings in a dormant state if I move around. It's just better that way. -5 estates. Figurehead position everybody else would like. We would be... Right now we're basically an absolute monarchy with some allowance for assemblies and parliaments. But we rule absolutely. We could rule absolutely as figureheads too. Crown power higher than everybody else, everything going through me. We just have a bureaucracy ahead of us to filter it all through. Anything for inward here? Probably not. Peasant levies, give quantity, quality, decentralization, recruitment law, regulated naval service, gives plutocracy, and navy levies. Navy levy size is 0. You stop getting navy levies in like the first couple of eras. Manpower, quality, free subjects and peasant levy for expanded levies. Mass army policy, quantity and manpower. Mass army policy is probably the one I want. What does no Jesuits allow give? Just tolerance of heretical beliefs. That's fine. Open borders, just a binary open-close, though close does give traditionalist. Trade colonies give inward, right? Or at the very least, no outward. That settled does. Civil society or martial society is the only two options. Belligerent or some conciliatory. Education for the people. Theological, spiritualist, and max for clergy, happier clergy. Aristocracy. Humanist, plus 0.1. Hey, Chillin' Chum. You're trying to work on taxes. I'm gonna have to do that this year. I basically had zero or nearly close to zero income for the past few years, floating myself on savings. And now that I've withdrawn some crypto last year, when Trump took power and there was a bit of a dip early in the year, that's money I've actually got to pay taxes on now. And Coinbase has actually started to record their own transactions, so I don't have to do the stress of going back to records that no longer exist to put the prices myself in. So, your pal Guinea's gotta pay taxes himself for the first time since leaving the army and having a steady income. Mixed institutions is innovative. Foreign rituals. Native policy. We could do integration for humanist. But I don't want to erase them. Export ban, free press. Censored press for absolutism and more literacy. Free press for literacy and less crown power. That's what I've got. More liberalism, free subject individualism. State press only. Double the crown power over the other ones. Slave ban. So there's no other laws that I want to change. And so if there's no other laws that I want to change... No, except for recruitment law. To expanded levies. No, to mass army. Manpower plus 20% and quantity progress. No, that's odd. Just a very momentary blink. Weird. And I was just commenting a couple of hours back on how stable everything's been. The bitrate's been fine, it's just sometimes blinks. $39,000 money. Okay, we got all these railroads going. Let's get some more railroads going over here too. We got a railroad going to Komotini. To Balsh. A bit around this way and then back up. Athenia will connect to the road over here. Don't crash on me, game. Oh, we can't afford the money. That's okay. Splurging all of my cash on railroads is my own reward. Game. Relax, game. Why are we chugging up so much, game? Put the Bitcoin miner away. Middling proximity is okay, especially for regional care too much about. It might be less money, less pop promotion, whatever. But I got what I want. Prettier colors. I might change the social contract back on over to what I had before. To treaties of government. Because only getting a 0.1 and a 0.1 for tolerance of heretics and tolerance of heathens. That's tiny, that's not anything. And why is the game stuttering so badly? Do we have... Is there a hole in my boat? Do we have a memory leak going on? My autosaves are in October and May. So if I lose progress, I just lose a couple of months if it does crash. But I don't want it to crash. You hear the music, it's going like really stuttering. Okay, and there's the actual freeze. As it works it out of its system. Let's pull up the old task manager, see what it has to say about memory usages, processes. I think it's just slowing down my entire computer because it took a bit for the task manager to come up. It's a very hungry game, Europa Universalis 5. And this isn't a bad computer, but they're definitely building it more towards a higher end specs. Which is great for a map painting strategy game. Which is why I always say my ideal strategy game is Ugly as Sin. Give me a strategy that's ugly as sin for smaller processing demand. Okay, task manager's almost popped up. What if I... Because it has been running the game for 3 hours and 40 minutes. Europa Universalis alone is using up like 90% of memory. Seven-zip, reduce, standalone. We don't need you up right now. We'll end task on you. Surprisingly, Firefox is using a very tiny amount of memory. The CPU, the actual thinking part of the computer, it does have 1/3 devoted to Europa Universalis right now, which is also pretty high for what it normally does. And then so much of the memory is just Europa. So, since it has been almost 4 hours, and it's getting chunkier now, let's say that I save the game, and then we'll just completely close program, and then open it back up. Maybe in its current states, it's a game that doesn't enjoy being left on for too long. Know what I miss? I was running Crusader Kings 2 on the shittiest laptops I could buy. Back in 2013, 14, 15. I should say 2012, 13, 14. I wasn't buying the cheapest stuff that I could, but I wasn't exactly the best computer shopper. I was mostly trying to get what's in stores physically for a decent price that wasn't complete garbage. And so, the laptops that I had didn't have much longevity to it, but they could play games decently well. And so, Crusader Kings 2, I could take it into bed, I could take it on the bus, I could take it to class. It doesn't have to turn my laptop into a jet engine. Around 2015, I did get a fairly beefy Gigabyte laptop. Wanted to actually game on it, I could game on like The Witcher and Fallout 4 on the Gigabyte laptop, and it would sound like a jet engine. But even the ones that weren't gigabytes, the ones that weren't proper gaming laptops, could run a strategy game as complex as Crusader Kings no problem. And there's certainly a lot of processing. They gotta calculate for so many countries, for so many characters. But a lot is also graphical processing for all these many things. People try to brush it off as, oh, the graphical stuff isn't as much as all the character calculation and everything else. Sure, it might not be as much, but it's not zero, having the pretty maps and everything else. And sure, they might not be using the same parts of the computer. The CPU isn't exactly doing, you know, the graphical things moving around, the special effects. That's more of the graphical stuff. But still, you put less strain overall, and you won't get things starting to chug along. So at least we got the save in. If it crashes when trying to exit, then I won't lose anything. Why don't I check up on my blue sky? While we wait for this to close so I can reopen it? Punchy's got a brand new bunch of emotes. I noticed when he came online a few minutes ago. He's changed his Twitch icon. No longer is it the sucking head skull. He switched it over to his Persona mascot. And now he's got new Persona mascots. He changed the suckin' what? I like the suckin' what emote. He liked the suckin' what emote. But like he said before, he's not married to the skull. More cool art. More or less cool politics. Japanese artists lamenting there's not many merchandise for Has-Been Angel. Cool art. Okay, I'm all caught up with catching up with the scroll. Music just ceremoniously going, meow. Kind of like a meme when you erase something from existence. Okay, my processes are returning to normal. CPU's looking better, memory's looking better, disk's looking better. And now Firefox reigns supreme for memory, CPU usage, just a little bit over OBS. Okay. So, the hope is that maybe the program just degrades the quality of performance the more hours you put into it. So, now that it's been turned off and we've turned it back on, it's pretty quick to load up the game itself. Or at the very least, to finish loading up the main menu, so you could stare at the main menu while it loads up everything else. Loading game resources in progress. And it's not done yet, is it? If I can't continue, if I can't join game, load game, host, or whatever, then you're not done loading, huh? It loads enough to go into new game and look at the pretty maps and read the blurbs. And then by the time you decide, okay, I'm going to play as Naples or whatever, then it should be finished up with all this. Alright. Continue, Italy. From our last save, December 1st of 1755. 1755. We're gonna have to say goodbye to this campaign soon. We're almost done with the inaugural campaign. So, it takes a little bit longer to load the game itself than it does to load the game to the main menu. So I'm gonna get my BRB a little bit early, and then make myself some more tea. And then I'll be back when the game is ready. No music? There was supposed to be music. No music when I come back? Don't tell me that they turned dynamic back on. Static, cinematic, maximum density and intensity. What's wrong, Toasty? You don't want to hang out with me? You want to go back outside, Toasty? Is that it? Toasty's such a sweet kitten, and when I go downstairs, he likes to run up and rub on my leg and bump on my leg and stick right by me like a child. Just like I was as a child. But you don't want to hang out in here, do you, Toasty? You see that? It's so much smoother now, though. They're making their own railroads all over the place. Toasty. Yeah, see? The favors we're building off Poland and Hungary. Gone. Grebo asked for aid. 193,000. 193,277. For Grebo to get 20 opinion? No. Absolutely no. There's never gonna be a time for me to do that. Like, I get it. It's so that we could empower a colony of our enemy for them to have trouble there. But I could put 100,000. Toasty, I'm here. 100,000 they asked for. Proxy wars aren't engaging enough in here to make that worth it. That's investment for me. No thank you. Another one? I mean, I guess I'm getting free legitimacy, but I'm already at max. Oh. You want out, Toasty? Your dad's opened the door. What's that? What? It's only 2 o'clock, Mason. That's the entire rest of the day to play Roblox if you wanted to.
Just got off work.
Yeah.
I know you don't work, but I would like to
Hey.
use my computer.
Mason, you talk as if I'm gonna be on here until midnight. Don't be rude, Mace. You just got home. $15,000 to extradite. Is this why it was slowing down so much? Because it had like 20 of these types of events queued up at once? And same guy. Same guy. Well, let Olgun build up some Liberty Desire. Let's see, where could I see how much Liberty Desire they have? Is that a thing I could check, or would that be spoiling the surprise? Our policies evoking widespread discontent among the nobility. They are misinterpreting them in a way contrary to our intentions, to the degree that our opponents hold them up as proof of the government's ill will and lack of interest in the welfare of the kingdom. Nobles lose 10% satisfaction. Oh well. Huh. Even in Senato, they're losing. Oh. They're unruly enough for the tax to have brought them under. 10 estate satisfaction or 5 whole prestige. They're really twisting my arm. Claim one province, integration on Maghreb Aragna. So who else to integrate? The integration's looking pretty great already. Atlas High Plateau, we got a little bit over there, but not so much to care about integration. Toledo we can do. Look at how smooth it is compared to when we had to quit the game. So I think it is just a case of just quitting when it starts to slow down. Save, quit, that it's smooth as butter all over again. It feels like the time I was doing like training for a week someplace or for a few days. And our role in the training was to just drive the Humvees around for others. And then getting off at night to go into my sedan to drive home. Felt like a rocket ship in comparison. Let's do Toledo. And Lower Egyptian Patriots are so far away that I think we could do without putting pressure on them. Area control, province control, reduce inflation, promote institution. We could try to change societal value if I want inwards. Yeah? And so doing it like this. 0.49 inwards. That'll be a nice boost to my crown power and monthly control. We'll get it pretty close to 0.25 per month. Expanded archives government reform for more latent 0.1. Well, I've said before that royal decree doesn't add too much for us anymore. Estate satisfaction decay doesn't matter too much. I guess that's just the speed of them going down. Crown power is just 1/10% of many. We already reign supreme relative to everybody else. Welfare, I'm nice. It doesn't do much benefit, but I like it. Same for peasant land inheritance. Fixed vassal obligation. I think I should change though. Get into the negative stability for a bit. My vassals, which is to say my colonies, are at permanent 0%. Even the banks are at permanent 0%. Opinion of Overlord, they hate me. Age of Revolutions, minus 30. Centralization, so there's a latent minus 47. Why don't we improve opinion? Just get the opinion of my banks up, and maybe we'll lose a penalty from there. Medici, Peruzzi is already at plus 45.97. Not that I've been using my diplomats for centuries. Bank of Bardi. Okay. So fixed vassal obligations, precise military economic obligations our client states have toward us. I don't need that. We could just negotiate it on a country by country basis. These two are essential. Okay, let's switch out fixed vassal obligations. It's so bizarre that the +1/+1 to tolerance of heretics, tolerance of heathens seems to manifest more as a 0.1. Then again, it's a point 13 now, so I guess it's not completely worthless. It's only because it's not fully enacted, so it starts off at 10% and then raises up to its advertised +1 tolerance, +1 tolerance. So maybe social contract isn't too bad. I was too harsh on it too early on. It's only 13.65% enacted after all. They don't give you the full benefit right away. Okay. Fixed vassal obligation. Let's get rid of you. Though I still say these should both be major reforms, because you could do admiralty and military regimes at the exact same time. And that feels mutually exclusive, or that's supposed to be mutually exclusive. Naval progress, shipbuilding, advantage, prosperity, production, and land. Ugh. Exchange and ideas at some point in the future be lost, as it requires at least 50 towards spiritualist. Innovative education, literacy. -1 cost of court for humanists and aristocracy. Railroad cost -10 whole percent. You could also get culture capacity of +1. On top of the other culture capacity bonuses you've already gotten. But it won't be a major game changer. Legitimacy, traditionalist, diplomatic, conciliatory. Free subjects, peasants. Plutocratic. Belligerent, offensive. Clergy, innovative. Maximum tax of 0. Culture capacity 20% in free subjects. Quantity, double the state power, 20% parliament support and decentralization, nah. Tax, tradition, and inward. Tax efficiency and inward. So instead of our country being defined by having very precise obligations for our vassals, colonies, etc., will be defined by our very meticulous anal record keeping. Loyalty of subjects 5. Okay, I like that. Expanded archives. Get into the negative stability for a bit, but I'm fine with that. Estates will all be a little less happy though. But what are they gonna do? Rebel against me? They gotta get in line. This guy's not very good at diplomacy stuff. He's okay on sword. So let's put you on say anything. We'll put you on integration of Toledo. And then you can go on over to societal value towards inward. Get a bigger boost on that. 0.69. Alright. So we could get as high as 70 inward. Chair keeps sinking a little bit. 70 inward. So we could exchange our measly power projection, diplomatic capacity, and cultural tradition penalty for almost 75%. Almost, well, 70%. For 70% of the 25% crown power, the 0.5 monthly control. Let's see about... We still got Sonata going on, so we got the bonus cash coming in. Stability, even in the negatives, it's only 0.23 a month. But it's cheaper to get the number higher up in the negative. 2,000 money spent just to get 0.5. Okay. Now, I do believe that I was currently hooked on making more railroads to get more proximity around. Railroads going all the way down to Athene. Then Neopatra. Let's... Already building a network. We can go down this way too. And go across there. Can it? There's like a little pit. There's a little line there. There's a line. It can go over. Can't? No, it cannot. It doesn't want to. Rest of our railroads around here. Everything else connecting well. Very tight network of railroads. Let's put some going off into these cornery areas. We'll bring civilization to them. Huh. Built through there. Not that I meant to. Can't afford the money. Chair, quit sinking! And why do I keep seeing network disconnection on tablets being slow for some reason? But I'm not getting drop frames on OBS, so... Just my tablets being weak on the internet today too. Let me try turning Wi-Fi off on the tablet and back on. It feels warmer right now. Since, sorry Puxtawani Phil, but over on this coast it's summer already. And a change in weather tends to spook the Comcast. Refresh, refresh. To think I missed Gregory saying hello because my tablet wasn't being internet responsive. Hey Gregory, you're not sure the children do that? Stream quality fine? Yeah, that's a confusing thing. The stream quality is doing alright, the desktop is doing okay internet connection wise. It's just... my poor tablet here lagging behind. Who's that handsome devil? Just lurking, don't mind you. Don't worry about it. With the tablet being as unresponsive as it is right now, I wouldn't have noticed whether lurking or active either way. Okay, now it's back up and running. It's kind of sad that the tablet is just a cheap refurbished Surface Pro 7 and the desktop is an actual desktop computer with all the guts and brains inside. But cheaped out on the Wi-Fi adapter. It did alright for the most part until Cat breaks the Wi-Fi adapter. And so the desktop is actually weaker on the internet than the tablet is. Except right now, the tablet's kind of spotty up here. Laundry, exciting stuff. Maybe if I put this chair into the laundry, it would rust up and corrode and then get jammed up and then won't sink. How do I keep this chair from sinking all the damn time? There. Our benevolent Italian kingdom has brought railroads to the most fringe part of the kingdom. The Novo Yoga uses a tablet, works nice. Man, I'm so upset that I did get myself a Lenovo convertible tablet laptop. And that thing was great for me, because I do like to make art sometimes. I used to have this Wacom tablet that my artsy British girlfriend bullied me into getting, and I made some pretty decent stuff on it. And so I got myself a convertible laptop tablet, so I can do like work stuff or stream stuff in one mode, and then just flip it around, and I could draw on it. Although the stylus I got myself wasn't exactly fully compatible for it, so it was kind of hit or miss with the stylus detection. And it was fun! I loved it! And you know what happened, Gregory? 7 months into its life, basically 1 month after warranty, my Lenovo tablet laptop convertible commits suicide. That thing was practically attached to my arm for as long as I had it. I'm eating, I put into laptop mode, I'm typing around in laptop mode, I'm watching streams in laptop mode, I flip it around, I do art, and then one day, it goes and what do you mean it goes and then it's having a hard time opening, and I open it, and one of the laptop hinges stays like this, while the laptop screen goes like that. And so it basically just tore a hole, a hinge-sized hole through the screen. Apparently, I was just lucky throughout my entire adult life of using laptops, because I looked it up eventually. It's like, oh yeah, laptops do that. Laptops, eventually the hinges stop working, you gotta fix them back up. Otherwise, they just won't open. And of course, I didn't know that, so rip the hinge straight through the screen. Which is part of why my replacement was this shitty refurbished Surface Pro 7, because that way at least I get a tablet that functions as a laptop instead of a laptop that maybe I was overusing the hinges or getting it dirtier over time, constantly flipping it back and forth, tablet, laptop, close, open, close, open. But I had some good times with it for as long as it lived. Maybe if I win a major lottery jackpot, I'll afford myself, like, a proper tablet PC kind of thing. I know you don't need, like, here's a tablet computer that you could draw directly on the screen to be good at art, but it meshes with me well. I know! That's the worst part, just as the warranty expires. I was aghast seeing a hinge crash through my screen. And so, you know, desperation, looking online to see, well, could I at least replace or repair this? 1 month warranty expiration. What's up, Mason? You're staring at me.
Well, you know stuff is made to break after the warranty expires.
Thank you for your input, Mason.
It is. Made to last just until after the warranty.
You know, we could do more co-streams if you want to input.
Well, I'm going to use my computer.
Citrone has given us 5 more prestige and Sonata support. And of course, that was also doubly distressing, because it's not like I'm made of money, you know? Like I said before, that I tend to steer towards cheaper end laptops. And like, I try to at least go one step above dirt cheap. Like, I want to at least be able to, you know, play Terraria or CK2 level games, as far as resource hog complexity goes. Stop thinking. Or if I want to draw on it, then I want to be able to run art programs on it. Huh. 7 stability for 1% pops convert to Sunniism. We gotta go pick up the kiddo. Aw, Gregory, enjoy the parenthood. Enjoy conquering Europe. I'm kinda stalled on conquering Europe. France and Bohemia. France isn't too bad. Bohemia is kind of intense. And they've taken over Denmark and pushing into Sweden now. France and Bohemia together. And now France, Bohemia, and Spain together in a coalition against me. But at least I do have Hungary and Poland in a personal union with me. Jeez. This chair is dropping more than my Wi-Fi right now today. Learned man from Morocco is said to have cured some of the population of Ceuta from a harsh illness. The locals were all very impressed and have chosen to adopt the faith of the sage, so that his god can protect them in times to come. Sure, let them. 7 stability. We could invite him. So either way, Siva 1% converts to Sunniism. Ubaid bin Muzaffar al-Din. He's got some pretty decent admin skills. Middling on diplomacy and martial. He's greedy, so if we were ever able to elect him to leadership, less prosperity per month. And he's a reverend teacher, more literacy, religious figure traits. We'll just take the stability. Integration increases. Oh, they got more guys, and of course it's not telling me. Okay. It tells me when there's a liberation up here. Sure, along with the occupations, but if the liberation actually succeeds, there's no pop-up for your occupation has been liberated, the same way there is for your land has been occupied. I think that's need-to-know information. Like, it's not gonna have a pop-up every time one of my lands has an ongoing siege. So I don't mind that there's no pop-up if this gets sieged. But I do mind that there's no pop-up if it gets taken back over. Again, Crusader Kings 2 has spoiled me with its notification system and the granularity of its notification system. What's this? Have I got to open CK2 so we could see what a good organization of notification settings looks like? A market in France. Excuse me. France has taken over Palau. How did they get far enough to colonize this way? I thought I was keeping them safe. Sure, the Scots made their way over. The French also have a network of Pacific colonies that I wasn't tracking. And so Papua is split between Scotland and the French and my Australians right now. And then France hopped on over to Palau. Primary culture, French, court language, French. Somehow. Okay. I did read that also this map is ugly. Come on, Paradox. I still maintain that they should just do what they do for all the tiny insignificant German hovels and just amplify the size. You know, just make the land a little bit bigger and then divide it up properly, because they got some pretty ugly interpretations. Like, why is Saipan upside down? And where did Tinian go? And what is that giant mass below Guam? Just embiggen it. It's okay. They already have Europe way artificially inflated in size. They could do the same thing for all of us out here, so that they could fit some actual proper shape in. Like, I understand. I grew up writing very, very tiny and drawing very, very tiny, and so it's hard to scale when you're working very, very tiny. So, if they could embiggen the size of all these insignificant parts, Sorry, I know that I'm upsetting the county of Black Forest. I mean, you could do the same out here too. Where it kinda matters a bit more, you know? But yeah, I did read that they did change the way colonialism works in a very minor way. Instead of completely overwriting the existing people there, you just have to overwrite enough. So it's still majority Palauan. Castilian and French. So, primarily Castilian, with French a bit behind. It also doesn't have to primarily be your primary culture and religion anymore. It sends out your people of whatever your people is. So if you have, like for me now, with Neapolitan, Catalan, Sicilian, Median, Lower Egyptian, Greek. It could be Lower Egyptians that colonized for me instead of having to be Neapolitan and only Neapolitan anymore, which I guess also undoes a funny exploit people used to do, where when you colonize, well, I guess they already changed it so that instead of getting to pick the provinces where your colonists get sent from, it just all goes from the capital and outwards. What folks used to do is they would, like, say, take over Tunis, and then have Tunis be where the colonists all get sent out from. And so you could be Neapolitan Catholic, and all your colonists getting sent out are Sunni Tunisians. But when they arrive, they get transformed into Catholic Neapolitans. And so what folks used to do in the early days of EU5 was basically conquer, replace. of a people they don't care for, and then depopulate them to create less of them and more of you. And so they put one stopper on that by taking away the ability of choosing where your colonists get drawn from. And I guess they stimmy that again by just making it, okay, you got all these people, any of these people will do. It doesn't have to be your primary culture, and it doesn't have to completely paint over the SOPs. Just paint over enough of them to be like 25 or whatever the percentage is now. And then you paint the map. But it's still a very shitty, basic, primitive system, because it is basically, those natives don't count, they're not real people, they're just society of pops. They're just terrain. They're basically the same tier as elevation, or not elevation, as terrain type or vegetation. If there's a lot of them, it's a slow progress. If there's not a lot of them, it's a fast process. Actually, wait, Kiev wants me to join their movement? Well, it's an ask to join. They keep breaking and reforming their independence movement. And then somebody who was a part of the coalition against me will join up with them, and the biggest part of Kiev's independence movement will be kicked out. If it's only Kiev and me, we already greatly overpower Jochid Tribal Kingdom. But then some minor fucker from over here is gonna join up with the same independence organization, and I'll get kicked out. I'm the one that gets kicked out because some tiny hovel in Swabia decides they want in on the winning team. And then there is no winning team because they just kicked out the team. %, social contract. So my tolerance of heathens is slightly getting more tolerant, same for heretics. Subject opinion +10, woohoo. Humanist is still hanging on by a hair though. Religious intolerance -0.01. Popularization of silk fabrics, okay. Popularization of silk for 20 years. Oh, we got more cash. More cash to convert into more railroads. There. Could I build through my PU partner? I can. To combine over this way? Actually, I wanted it to go through here. They've already got a road that way. Well, let's put one over... Well, that's good too, I guess. But then why are you... already a railroad? Was it just not connecting up, down, up, down? It's just not connecting up, down, then that's fine. All these railroads. Most of my railroads here are done. I got some alpine nobodies we should build roads to, too. It seems our burgers were nice and are taking care of my very neglected alpine holdings that mostly exist to have some castles out that direction. No route. Oh, there we go. I was trying to do the lake by mistake. There. I'm being super benevolent and giving roads to those less deserving. And how about you, Tunis? You guys want some roads too? Left Kievan independence movement. Because Norway joined. Whatever! Cabinet members fighting. Recent meeting of the cabinet, a vicious argument broke out between Luis de Alba and Caterina Angio. Luis has voiced very conciliatory views of our colonies before and argued for changing our stance to be less exploitative. For this, he received strong resistance from Caterina Angio, who argued for the necessity of exploitation for our own prosperity. A true European. It is clear that we can no longer support both, that our cabinet will have to commit to punishing either of them. Well, she's our crown cabinet member. My younger sister are very nepotistic. And also, is she not head of cabinet? She should have already had head of cabinet for her lifetime. Were we not benefiting from crown head of cabinet for extra crown power and a slight bit more legitimacy? Either way, she's head of cabinet. So, Luis, with his 77, 29, 75. Sorry, bro, but that's my sister. And he's banned from going back on the cabinet, isn't he? Somebody with Marshall. Ermenegildo Esposito's 91 military ability. Marcelo di Namomi, 8376. Only integration. Integration is a big task. We'll get the double diplomacy military. We're already 10 down on outwards, so it won't wait too long to get to 0 and then push up towards 72. Bahra Ghazal asked for raid. Oh. Oh, this time it's for manpower. They just want manpower. We lose legitimacy and manpower to support the viceroyalty of Bahra Ghazal. Legitimacy too, though. Nah. Man. I was leaving all the rest of our cousins alone with the hope that I'd put up enough walls on either side of the Pacific and that colonialism wasn't going to come this way. I could have colonized them myself, and then at least it'd be Italians ruling over us. Our advisor suggested selling off titles of the nobility to anyone who could afford to pay, bring in lots of money, open a way for social advancement for the rich if we do, but to value the idea of nobility too late. Gold is a sign of true worth, 40,000. The trouble is we're already at 50%. We'll just give them a boost to their satisfaction. And then mint a little bit more. How much more could I exploit by minting before I start getting ineffective minting? Norway? How did Norway get all over here? So, the French has taken over Palau. Norway has taken over CNMI. I could understand France and Scotland having hopped along. How did Norway get here? Do they just, like, point up and then come back down for the North Pole this way? Or maybe after a certain point, the, colonial range doesn't matter as much. Maybe it gets such high boosts that you could just point to any spot on the map if you know about it, maybe? Well, I have no home now. I'm completely homeless. French and Norwegian has taken over both parts of my identity. And then the internet blinks off for a second. Apparently it must have, since first went the disconnect, and then went the Discord log back in sound. But the Wi-Fi itself did not go down, so... Oh, what do we got here? What do we got here? We got some drop frames, we had 2,000. We stable again? Is it gonna be funky from this point on, or is it just a little bit of post-reconnection grunge? So I guess the tablet in this case was acting as an early detection system. Sometimes when the internet seems totally fine, the tablet starts acting really sluggish first and disconnects first, and then the wave moves on over to the desktop. So maybe it's fine now. Maybe we had weekend tablet, and then weekend a desktop, and then now it's alright. Alright, let's get back into it then. It seems stable enough, only dropped 38 frames. And the bitrate seems stable for right now anyway. So let's not lose this good wind we have. $53,000 again. 63,000. 63,000 monies. Okay, let's do railroad from Alexandria to Cairo, from Damietta to Cairo. Already building a road that way. Well, fantastic. Meant to go this way, you duped. Egypt's getting more roads than I meant to give him. Can we build a road through corridors? I can imagine not, right? You can. You can build a road through corridors. That's cool. You can't build it from the corridor, but you could build it to the through the corridor. And so in that case, let's build a road going up this way too. No, not the flag. Yes, I totally want to click on the flag and jump to capital while building stuff. We do have these minor parts out here. We could build Railroad 2, but I think this system's alright. Tunis? Let's do a few for Sicily and then we'll do you after. They want to go around the mountain? Nah, everyone loves a mountain train. And then let's do some crisscross applesauce. Oh, can't afford the money. Just half a month to go. At this point of the game, I'm having more fun building railroads everywhere than I am actually playing the damn game. And then Cunny Honey, which we now know is actually Corleone. Okay. Alright. It's a very interconnected Sicily now. That's enough, that's alright. We could rely on the burgers to build more connecting roads between. Voice of Carlo Angio. Excuse me. What's he doing down in Ogden? Second cousin Hussite. Ogden especially gets loads and loads of these events. Governor of Ogden. Let him speak. That's my cousin after all. We're not gonna kill our cousin. That's kinslaying. That is one of the highest crimes he can do against Orlanth and invites chaos. Inefficient minting, only 60%. Okay. I've squeezed as much as I can. I'll have to settle for 1,800 a month now, since I'm spending so much on stability. We'll just drop it to... there, the bare minimum for 0.25 a month. Cypriot independence movement, coalition against Italy, Spain, France, Bohemia, Egypt, Morocco, Tunis, Ottomans, and a bunch of minor guys. The only real rough part is that they have to pull Bohemia into it. Carlo. Hussite Carlo. Let's see. We need loads of diplomats. But all those assimilatings are going to be good for a while. Nah, we'll give you diplomatic. 88 for Zaragoza. That's good enough, surely, right? Anybody would be happy with that. Let's switch out Canis. Assimilate Pops into Catalan. We'll do in Huasca. And Calatayud. Though I'm okay on manpower now. We're back up in the 6 digits. Our 5-year max is 1,062,000. 1 million manpower I can get. Outward is sub 40. Now how's my maritime presence looking now that our boats are doing their boaty stuff? A lot more solid greens. Still some spots that are more dark than not. 71.77. But overall it's looking much better everywhere. Okay, 33,000. Tunis, let's get you a rail network. We'll have one going down first. It really wants to avoid the coast, which I guess isn't too bad, since you do want the roads to radiate from the coast to the inland. I just want to connect them. It's like Legos almost. And it's not without benefit having the roads anyway. It's really, really, really trying to avoid building in areas I want to build. Inland touching a little. $5,000 monies left. There. All my money to railroads. My iron is probably really, really appreciating All this effort I'm putting into railroads, that's a greater demand for steel. Oh, war exhaustion's up to 5.89. I guess I could end this war that I've been sitting on forever. Morale, population growth gets down, trade and production efficiency goes down, fine. Nobility concerned that our plutocratic policies are not giving them the proper due. Let them complain, lose 15 satisfaction. Give them a little, gain 10 towards aristocracy. Okay. Which gives me a more expensive cost of court. Plutocracy is nice, because even though it gives 50% burgher power, it's just a counterpart to aristocracy doing 50% noble power. But you get a cheaper cost of court with more plutocracy. That's more money I don't have to spend. More expensive for aristocracy. And so now we got 0.5% expected cost to court. Some folks like to keep it in the middle, so that the nobles and burghers are balanced in power. But cost of court is cost of court if I don't have to pay it. Let's go ahead and end this, because 6.2 now. They just hate that I'm bullying these nobodies. It's just a bunch of drunk uncles. They got a bit too much wine into them. They started feeling brave. That's all it is. I don't have to punish everybody by not really doing anything to them. For fuck's sake, if I'm doing something, I'm not trying to click on flags. Go away, flags. Or at least don't be clickable things if I'm doing something else. War. Colony of Tsushima has declared war on us. So it was waiting for that to finish, and then Tsushima doing an independence war would have been the next thing up. Okay. That kind of scared me, because I was worried it was going to be everybody in my colonies rising up against me, but it's only Tsushima. Tsushima is the only one feeling brave. They apparently extend further down here, but we don't have those maps. Well, how's my colony looking on forts? They do have a few. Level 4, level 2. Okay. So who wants to go on vacation then? How's our navy looking? Do they have anybody that my transport boats have to worry about? 37 heavy ships. They don't have a lot of army. They have 2 deckers. Oh my goodness. Hold on. I just saw somebody go online who hasn't streamed in forever. Alright, my Firefox is off. Let me pop on over to something real quick and put a hello. If tablet could behave. There we go. Oh, dip my sleeve in my tea again. Now back to my stream. Enough saying hello to others. Okay, so our first colony is trying to declare civil war. Or to declare independence, I mean. We'll send this stack on over. Get all these other transport boats in. I haven't quite rearranged my military fleet the way I wanted to. But let's see, they have 37 heavies, 16 galleys, and 22 lights. And the best they have is 2-decker. We'll send 42 deckers with our fleet over here. Let's consolidate them first. They likely won't send the entire group all at once against us. But I want to have my transports protected. Call for peace. War's gone on longer than 60 months. No, the war ended. This is a new one. Call for peace. It's done. What are you doing? This is a new war. Call for peace is not the same war. You do know that, right? Okay. The dove is gone. It just ticked away. Alright. Who's gonna lead this army? Borsal? And then for these, 2-decker. Now hopefully these two stay together enough. We'll send them down to Havana first. They'll replenish in Havana. But Alberto is an ass. So we'll put you into accounting. France hasn't just taken over Palau, they've also taken over Ponape. So there goes Auntie Maria and all of her family. Okay, there's 40, where's... Alright, they're a bit slower here. Let's catch up in Santo Bantal first. Turns out that a whole lot of boats together isn't exactly fast. Cabinet member died from the common cold. Skill issue. Is Hungary sending guys out to help with this? They are. I could just leave this to Hungary. If you have a personal union, you could exploit the personal union by having them travel all over the world to help. Okay, how's my ships doing? 99%. 69 at worst. 82. Okay. We just gotta hop across the Atlantic. And they'll probably stay close to their own areas. Who's this over here? Heavies and transports? With nobody on board. Cypriot Independence Movement. Okay. And then Norway's gonna join and I'll get kicked out. Did I not select this? They're not going across the Atlantic? Malingering! Dereliction of duty! Okay, where's my... Okay, stability's still okay? Every time the tablet acts up, I have to check on. And the tablet acting up again every time. Is this foreshadowing that I'm about to drop internet on the desktop again? Stop the Wi-Fi there, turn the Wi-Fi back on. Paranoid, check my bitrate, still looking good. Refresh, refresh. Man, that apartment better get fixed up fast. I'm missing my stable Wi-Fi. Even Poland has ships down here. Minor World Uprising, Albanian Patriots, Andalusi Patriots. Okay, get that back up and running. Alright. So, I've already got the Poles working over there. 120,000 is a lot. So I probably want to do for these guys what I did for my Western Army and split them up into smaller stacks of roughly 22,000. Just do 5-5-5 each equally for infantry, cavalry, and artillery. Is that the ideal ratio? I do not know. But it doesn't matter because the frontage can sort it out, and if I have the groups close enough to each other to consolidate into each other to defend each other if need be, then it's all going to be a melee anyway. My merchantments especially are getting a bit low. So wait for a little, then we'll go on the offensive. But hey, it seems to be that as long as this is firing too, then nothing else seems to be wanting to. Of course, the problem for this is that the longer this goes on, the more my 89,000 Poles and several... How many... The more all of my guys here, because these are my guys, will be busy in the Caribbean and South America, and not waiting to defend me if I have to go against Spain and Tunis and the Ottomans and Egypt and France and Bohemia. I never called them into this war. I didn't ask for that. $75. 33. Are they not repairing here? Burgos Market, Surabaya Market. It's only ships in Burgos Market that are lacking salt and so can't repair. In Indonesia, they're repairing slowly. Yeah, Vincent smoke? Oh, that's just a candle. It smells like fireworks. $34. Very minor boost upwards. Okay, let's just go ahead and send them in. I'm not seeing any naval batteries, which means there's a naval battery there. Naval battery here. But they're not swarming with naval batteries. So we'll come here where there's no naval battery and thus no hostile attrition bonus. And disembark there. Egypt declaring war on me. No, Cyprus declaring war on Egypt. So we're gonna go back. I have been misled. Every single time we join the Kievan independence movement, they stall and jerk off and do nothing until some tiny nobody in Mainz joins the group and I get kicked out of the group chat. We join Cyprus, and they decide to launch their independence movement when half of my armies are overseas. Fuck off with that, man. It's just half a year's progress, just 1 month before the autosave, I don't care. At worst, we just gotta move our guys across the ocean again. And I don't think I even should, because apparently Poland and Hungary are very eager to move all of their guys across the Atlantic. This is the first chance they get to see any clay outside of Europe. So they just want the holiday. They want the holiday to send all their guys over and then fight the war for me. Tsushima, Italy war still going on. Stop the fucking sinking chair. This is supposed to be my thinking chair, not my sinking chair. Okay, since they're not exactly gonna be repairing their ships very fast anyway, we'll just send them down right away, start fighting. Where's that Cypriot movement? Yeah, get the fuck out of there. They don't need my help. They did, but now when I got this going on. So no progress. Progress lost. Just moving guys on over across the ocean. And this must be all their heavies. Esplanada Point. So. Now Christiana Pietas. Because I gotta split these guys up. New unit. Set them off in terms of 5. 5 and 5. These guys will go back in. New unit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And set my boats to gather food, distribute food. Keep my guys from starving out too badly. We'll send one group on over this way. Oh, there's a fort over there. I guess we could help out. Hunters, wagon trains, and hussars. They definitely have a more diverse army composition than we do. Kill them. They're taking advantage of my lack of food there. Or my lack of morale, I mean. Well, that's okay, because we got backup coming in now. When are they gonna arrive? Not now, rebel uprisings, minor uprisings. 9th September, they gotta wait a whole week. Still one though. Since we put a guy in there to do it, to help lead them. And that's 111,000. All right, so I shouldn't spread my guys too thin after all then. Extend privileges for the burghers. Burgher land rights. Minus 20% maximum RGO in towns and cities and progress towards individualism. No. Cabinet membered out of old age, assimilation. We'll put Francisco Gallo in. Rumors of rebellion. I have no stability, so whatever, Liberty Desire. I say when already facing one independence war. Their capital's down here, and so that should be where I beeline for first. But I'm certain that they'll probably have their greatest forces amassed there. To be able to demand something in a peace, we need at least 10 war score. And that's to grant independence. The button is to grant independence requires 10 war score. So, would white peace in this context mean that they remain as our colony? Because we could try to claim bits of them, but I don't want to seize their land, they're my colony. Ichitiki returned to Italy. I don't want Ichitiki. Pay war reparation, take maps from them. I don't mind making them pay war reparation. And then we take... Which pirate is there? Is this one over here? I prefer to just take it and give it back to him, but I have to siege it down first. Why is Casus Belli for us independence? Former subject needs to enforce her independence through a peace treaty. A white peace will restore the status quo prior to the war. So, if we white peace out, then it is basically, oh shit, sorry dad, my bad, we'll behave now. And they go back to being a happy little colony. I think for this effort I do want war reparations though. And the Lucy Patriots. Man, there's an Ussie for everything these days. Gotta keep these guys close together. There. A food line has been restored by virtue of boats. Towns and cities, migration attraction. Oh, he's going for there? Not if we could help it. They're trying to kill my, my transport boats. Still gotta go all the way around. We can't just go from next door to next door when we occupy. Literally right next door. Like, I know there's zone of control, but we occupy that place. It's us. Alright, though. So, We have a bit around here. We got one of their forts. Occupied by Guatiaca. Sure. Minus 89. We're currently at minus 13 versus Shishima. Are you sure? Because we're occupying their territory. So, I mean, I guess we don't have their capital yet. $99,000 guys, 20,000 regular infantry, 3,000 cavalry, 5,000 artillery. So they do have lots of levies, but I think it should be safe to send our main stack on over to Chitageus. Slowly though, because we do want to maintain morale. And what do they have there? Their hostile infrastructure. There. Naval batteries. We'll take over Yukpa, make it safe for our boats to come in. Popular support for Grand Navy, fantastic. Faster ship construction. Not that we need it. They've also got hostile over there. So we'll send these guys over. All the... Oh, ridiculous! Zone of control gets really funky sometimes. We'll send these guys behind just in case we need the reinforcement. They stole 2 transport boats and we stole 1 light ship. Okay, safe over there. Why is it only 85 transports? I don't recall having lost a whole lot of transports. Gulp. Okay. I am not gonna have some very happy boat people now. Because I'm gonna need more boats just to get these guys back over. So fit a whole lot more in there. What's your capacity? No. Your total capacity. It'd be nice if I could hover over it and it could tell me. And we'll get there by 14th of March, half a month to get down. Oh well. Hasai Dangio, sure. It's getting stuttered again. 11%. So come on. Pay war reparation is plus 41. And I might as well penalize them by taking a whole lot of cash. There's a whole lot of cash. We got plenty of prestige already. But we could humiliate them for some more and show them what happens now. Okay. So, a white piece, it says, would return us to the status quo, which I'm pretty sure should be that they remain being my colony. If they don't win, they stay colony, right? This is my first time doing one of these wars against my own colony. And so if I just ask for a whole lot of money and war reparations, then we return to what we were before, right? Because there's nothing here that says you get to become a colony again. Stay colony, stay colony, stay colony. Grand Republic Tsushima accepted our peace offer. They pay us war reparations and pretty much all their treasury. We're back to being colony of Tsushima under us. Okay. But they kinda killed all my boats here. General Third Army, who cares? So max capacity is only 80,000. There's definitely no way to fit them all now. The cool thing about these tiers of boats is that there's no percentage of what it is. As many boats as you have is as many capacities as you have times 1,000. So it simplifies the math, but the math says I can't fit everybody in here. It's a fun, easy war, but not one I have any pleasure in fighting now. So let's see. Just making sure they're using the proper west-east current and not trying to sail against the current here. Alright. Our first revolution. Bulban Shah has declared war. The good news is Havana's got a little slice over there. And hey, they're heading up anyway. So, remember how all of these guys here were preventing other wars from firing? Right now, it's prioritizing my colony's independence wars. Liberty Desire +7, +7.5. Allgun is at 25. 17.5 for Gaspé. So the value goes from -100 to +100 and decays towards 0. So you would think closer to 200 is a higher chance of firing. But Ogan is the one that we had the most trouble with because of events that gave him +10, +10, +10. So it seems that they don't need a lot to actually declare revolt against you. They love us. Everyone's got high opinion of us. Bulbancha? -153. So, -200 from at war. Is it because they have low opinion? Is that how it works? We got loads and loads of cash, so how would it be different if we put everything to diplomatic spending? It would gut me in 10 months. There, 4,000. Go away, Cypriot. Burgos Market doesn't have enough salt, huh? Which is here, which is surprising. They got salt RGOs. Nearly maxed out. How about some salt collectors? Steel mills. There's only a few places in Burgos Market that can have salt collectors. So let's double up. Okay. What I need to make happen is have one of these lesser things fire up, and when they fire up, this will be blocked out from having their own stuff. $37,000 guys only against 45,000, but we have superiority. We're meat. Havana, you better not be getting any ideas. How many boats they got? 6 boats? At least I've got to worry about them that way. They got a bunch of cities here. They're waiting to take me on there. They might, in fact, end up occupying it before we arrive. How's my troops looking? My god. How's the morale? That's what I care about. Maximum morale? Okay, we could do an amphibious landing. And they both have commanders on them. Got there right at the last second. $11,000 of ours killed to slaughter 23,000 of theirs. We're both so weak again, though. Zeros. Can I sort this by type? By unit type. Cavalry is nearly wiped out. They got plenty of musketeers. And 2 regiments of mortars are empty. Only one surviving mortar. Plenty of musketeers. One surviving cavalry. It might be time to give these guys some independence. I've taken what I can. I'm not too attached to these people. I don't think we replenish out here either. We have to go to my place to replenish. So I would need to put... I would have to claim any insignificant piece of land and just consider that as an overseas base to rebuild manpower off of. Kind of like what I do with these islands out here, which are basically just for holding. And if I hold them, the other powers can't hold them, and they can't colonize out except they do anyway. And they're too small to be made into a colony of their own. Okay. Let's get Mobile and Pensacola first. I don't think these guys have any forts around here. They don't. So, they'll be easy to bully. Let's go ahead and get these guys home before all these boats break apart on us. Now what I could do is I could make another army for the exclusive purpose of just stationing overseas an extra army and an extra navy for that purpose, and then just boat them around places. Could have a couple of them here and there. Every time one of these guys revolts, we take one piece of land to be our base. Game, it's only 5.5 hours. You don't gotta go back to chugging along. What if we just ask for access? We're already on military access, fleet basing rights, food access. To move troops through land. Food access. Gives food access, no shit. Gather food from their locations. So we can't build off manpower through them though. They give us a few manpower per month, but we can't replenish off them. We've stolen the crown of Mobile. And then inefficient minting again, only 83.49% because I'm gobbling up all the gold and silver that I can. Ship lost traveling the Atlantic Gulf Stream. That's okay. There's double the boats that I need for troop capacity. Where are my guys anyway right now? They're almost home. They're almost back to being able to fully repair almost. Maria, Carlos kid, and Carlos a Hussite, so we'll just give you admin. Not that it matters. "15 ships lost traveling Trafalgar." It's okay. We're home. We're basically home, so... Ugh. Let's just drop them off. They'll replenish there. They don't gotta go all the way to Naples yet. And you guys are getting repairs in, right? They're getting some repairs in, since they're in friendly port. And I guess they have the tools for it. It is so far away from home. Where they're going, they're waffling around. They're trying to liberate Biloxi, but we're gonna take their capital, so it doesn't matter. War reparations. We got 9, and they'll say yes so far. And their main army is going away to Mobile. Just gonna chase after him and get all that back. Where are they gonna go? They're gonna try to take Bulbancha? They can't take Bulbancha because now I'm guarding Bulbancha. They're gonna come up this way, I bet. 24 against... Oh, fucking select my... Why is it not set up? So weird sometimes. My guys are really taking a pounding. Bantam. Okay, 14%. They'll say yes to war reparations. They'll say yes to giving me a whole lot of money. It's 3rd of October, so I'll have 28 days. This is getting ridiculous. It's not even waiting a minute before it starts dipping again. $34,000. 26,000. The 26,000 wouldn't be so much, except most of my guys here are fully depleted. They need a break, but there's not gonna be a break. It's gonna be yet another war just as soon as we finish up here. Oh, come on! Panama! They don't even wait for the 1st of the month for this! Panama didn't even have all that low stuff. So, what's the calculation go? Is it... I mean, sure, everybody's got 0 loyalty. But the Liberty Desire's not that high and they like me. Let's see. I want to experiment. October 1st is when the autosave is, so it's only 12 days behind right now. Oh. It's shifted down to June 1st for the autosaves. It's no longer October and May. What you got for us, Panama? 62,000 troops and 38 boats? Well, these guys are going home, so I don't know what to tell you. I know you just want my attention, Panama. You kids are going through your awkward teenage phase. But these guys are going home, okay? They can't play with you right now. You gotta find somebody else to play Nintendo with. Okay. We're gonna send these guys home. Panama would be pretty easy to do. Except they've actually got some decent forts on them. Tariyaka people, you see, Paradox is not so hard to make them actual countries and not just SOPs. I don't think they intended it to be an actual country on the map, though, because I don't seem to have any interactions with them. Diplomatic actions, there we go. Outside diplomatic range. Okay, so that's the issue then. Because I was gonna see if we can get some access off of them. How are they outside my diplomatic range? I got my colonies all throughout here. How about Maya? They won't accept any, Come on, Chair, come on! Chair! They won't accept buying military or fleet-basing access. Minus 75, negative opinion, 133. Why they hate me? They don't like Catholics, different primary culture. Hegemon they hate, okay, different societal values and shared societal values. Because what I'm thinking is I don't want to march onto them. But Maya's all the way there. So we could park over here and then poop. We're still blocked off for everybody else. And they probably have hostile forts. If they were smart, they would. No, they don't. They don't have naval forts. So no hostile attrition here. Nah. Nuh-uh. So we can just park our boats outside. How about at their capital? They do have they have naval batteries here. Almost +2 naval attrition. Plus 199.53 hostile disembark time. Very specific number. And they got coastal battery over here. But they don't for this sea tile. No, they do. This counts for that one. But this one doesn't. So we could go over here. Send my guys on down. And then they can march over. And then take their capital. Man, I miss all I had to worry about was a giant endless barrage of rebels. At least we're still recovering enough to have plenty of manpower here. $142,000 transport capacity. Okay. You guys belong to here though, so we'll put that over there. Where's my other fleet? They were a long time coming. But at least as far as I can tell, nobody is going to want to do an independence war while there's an existing independence war ongoing. So, I want to take the time to wait for Panama to finish up, or to prepare myself for Panama. My fleets and my soldiers have been run ragged, doing Tsushima and Bulbancha. And they don't even wait for the first of the month. That's impressive. The game is actually capable of things ticking mid-month. How many boats have they got? They got 40 boats, 15 heavies. Okay, we'll keep these guys around then. We'll park them in Habana. Now hold on, Habana's helping out? Habana's got boats? They got so many boats. They got 59 transports. They got all these guys here. What if I just let my... What if I just wait and let my own colonies take care of it? Will they? Because... Now I'm thinking that if I arrange this, so instead of one giant colony here, one giant colony there, one giant colony here, one giant colony there, if I had them sizable, but boxed together, then when one rebels, the other two, with adjacent land, could collapse on them. We did have these guys help out a little bit to occupy one bit of land. So, right now, they love me, we got good opinion, but none of them are loyal. I have their love, but not their loyalty, and they have a little bit of liberty desire. So liberty desire impacts subject loyalty. Subject loyalty is basically on 0 for everybody. So... I guess then... I guess the only thing that matters for these rebels, for these independence wars, is the loyalty maybe? And it didn't matter so much in prior eras, but now they're in Age of Revolutions with the colonial revolution situation. We could give them their own representation. It's just 10 prestige and legitimacies. A new act on goods or transactions, siphon more money from our colonies. Increase their liberty desire. Aid colonial war efforts. Quarter of yearly manpower to reduce liberty desire. I don't mind the quarter of the yearly manpower, because we got so much of it. We have a maximum 5-year 1 million. But 57,000. All of my treasury gotta get paid out to lower the liberty desire that way. Let's give them some representation in their own administration. Oh, it's on a per colony basis. And that's why I haven't given them representation, because it's 10 prestige and legitimacy for all of them. Oh well. Diplomatic spending is as max as it can go. Hey, good news is, with diplomatic spending max, Hungary will get annexed by the 1st of September 1923. Okay. Let me grab myself a BRB before we continue this thing. And then I'll almost be done, Mason. So, getting our first taste of Revolutionary War. Alright, back in a few. It's so bright for 4 p.m. We have to be getting into the summer months already here. Okay, where were we? We're at Panama to sign and break off from us. And a bunch of my army is depleted and losing some boats. Let's build to Navy a bit more here. Build more frigates. No, that's a light ship. Build more merchantmen. Transport type. They're at 180, so I want to make basically doubled. For the pop-up window, go more to the right, because it's kinda at risk of blocking what I want to click on if it's too close to the cursor. Let's just make 50. There, 50 boats to add. Wanted to wait at least part way through. They don't take that quick to build, but I didn't want them to finish building and then start going across the ocean to catch up. I'm gonna cut this chair in half and then put the seat part on a dumpster or something. One ship lost. They've done it! They made it home! Establish cantonments. Establishment of permanent recruiting areas for armies makes it much easier for us to extract men from the population to serve in the armies. Cantonments in Oresensis. Lose 200 to gain cantonment. Monthly manpower and can recruit regiments there. Can recruit regiments there. Does that count for replenishing manpower then, if it's a place where you can recruit? Or is that just if I wanted to build armies down there, I could build armies down there? It's just 200. Zanati, Tunisian, Algerian, Zanati, Algerian. Okay. Look at all these Hungarians and Poles wandering around here. So this group's fully replenished now. Tax assessor building finished. This means you're going to get rights of the commoners pretty soon. Local crown power 25%, and crown power and maximum tax if in the capital. Okay. What was it? Was it blue or yellow? Yellow. Tax assessors. Is that the only place I could build it? Capital only? Has to be the capital of Italy. Oh, I thought I could put the... I thought I could put it anywhere. Since it has... Let's see. No, not that. If in cap... Okay, location benefits by, country benefits by. I didn't realize the top part was if in capital also. I just saw if in capital for down here, and figured that's the every place up there. I thought I found a nice cheesy building to plant everywhere. Tsushima is so quickly to want to help now. So quick to want to help now, I mean. But I think I am gonna have to move some guys down myself, because they don't seem to be helping out here, and that's more war score going against. How many soldiers have Panama got? 58,000? I could send some more of these guys. If we send this army. Oh, that's multiple? There's somebody attached to me here. This could be enough. Do I? These guys are starving because we got a whole bunch of other jerks attached to them. They're eager to join my war overseas, but they don't want to go there themselves. They're just attaching themselves. Killing my morale for nothing. Okay, but with 83,000, we could almost bring these guys around. I think that'd be the good plan then, send these guys back over. The trouble's gonna be, though, that I might lose a few of these ships on the trip back out. Here. This fleet has got to replenish, so let them replenish, we'll send this one instead. But they're also kind of injured here, just not as badly. We'll just wait. Have we got up here more transports? And none of you guys got to upgrade? A few upgrades here. How many of you aren't merchantmen? One brig. There's a few brigs. Okay. Well, at least wait for the boats to get better. Sublimus Deus, Pope Callisto IV Abate decrees that the native peoples of the colony shall not be made into slaves. Well, good news, Papi. I've already banned slavery. Rhodeviania enacted for 10 years, which means now if we really wanted to, we could call for a crusade and then fight against Egypt for some land and take some from Spain, Bohemia, France, Egypt, Morocco, Ottomans, Tunis, and the rest. Maybe I shouldn't have killed those prisoners, but Spain had it coming. Okay. We're still building lots of our railroads, but a few of them are already finished. How's my... It's not as yellow in Turkey and Greek lands anymore. There's a little bit more green, there's a lot less orange. Sicily's looking a lot more green. Italy has more contiguous greens. Hordian would be so pleased. I found the green crayon, and I'm using it all over the map again. Control could be a bit better, but that's alright. Inefficient minting. 53.13. Well, maxing out my diplomatic spending has done nothing to raise my subject loyalty. So, I'm pretty sure that I'm just gonna have to bite the fact that my colonies are going to rebel one by one by one. And I should ask myself which ones I want to bother keeping. Because there's not going to be a whole lot that I actually care to keep. And as I drop some, the combined strength of them all will diminish too. We don't have much in terms of RGOs that I care about out here. There's some gold, but they're not the only source of it. So I can maybe give the Australians their independence. Zambezi and Madagascar were mostly to hop along over this way. Owambo was for a source of ivory. Guayataca was also primarily to pinch in the other European expansions here, but there's some good RGOs. We managed to get some pretty big amounts of gold through them. But they've done nothing to improve their own proximity. They somehow have good control of the gold is. I don't know how. Maybe they put their own local governors there. Local governors on the gold mines, and just having all of their slaves carry their gold down dirt roads in the jungle. Maria, Hussite Maria. So right now, my heir is my little sister, who is Catholic, but her kids are all Hussites. So it's gonna bounce to her until she dies. And then down to my younger brother in turn, whose wife is way too old to produce kids, and all they got are daughters that aren't married, and I can't make them marry. Because even though they're crown, and that's my niece, that's too far away for a royal marriage. And the only logic is, can they royal marry? Yes, no. And if they can't royal marry, you can't even marry them. I might have an interest in marrying my nieces and nephews to secure the line. Maybe it should go by a degree of relatedness more than just a hard yes-no for can they royal marry. Even younger sister has somehow produced Hussites. We've finally gotten back into the Angio line, and it's gonna go extinct. The Pope likes us though, so we can spend some influence, some religious influence, when it does eventually pass down to my youngest brother, my little brother. When I die, And then my sister takes over, but her kids are all Hussites, so she dies and her bro takes over. He could divorce. We're losing. We're under 20 for outward. So we're gonna start getting some actual inward bonuses now. More crown power. More monthly control. Who stopped building? Kanihani is missing sand. Spain's colonizing the Pacific now too. Okay, got some 98s. 66 at worst still. Minus 21%. So I'm going. Let's see. Diplomatic spending isn't doing anything. We'll bring it down to about that much. Hey, Sonato time. Is there a Sonato thing to help me out with Age of revolutions popping up all over the place now? 23%. Margarita is a Hussite. $30, $31. We could do increased naval infrastructure for a lot of development everywhere, and then 98.57% naval. Development's cool. Trade expedition. Burger estate satisfaction equilibrium up by 20 for the next 180 days. And then trade expedition for 10 years, trade capacity. Gathering industries, clay, fish. Regimental camp infrastructure. Nah, I'm alright now. Reinforcement speed and war exhaustion. It's gotta be naval infrastructure then. Missionary zeal for 10 years, pop conversion up. 16.97% of Lower Egyptian Sunni peasants become Catholic. Nah, let's do naval infrastructure. And now that the laws have gone as well as they have, we've actually got 2.23 tolerance of heathens. I convinced myself that it was only going to be a 0.1 because of some weird calculation. But nah. Social contract gives a solid +1. It just has to build up to it. And tolerance of heretics isn't doing too bad either. Of course, it hasn't kept anybody from growing. Nobody's shrinking and going away. Zanati still want to rebel for a third time. I don't see the Lower Egyptians anymore though. Levantine, Austro-Leonese, Ligurian, Gascon, Gabrile, and so on, so on, so on. There's Upper Egyptian. .46 a month. I could probably shrink them. Mamluk Sultanate doesn't have any Lower Egyptians among them. Libyan, and who else here? Some lower Egyptian, but not too many. Yeah, lower Egyptian. So I don't think that they'll be the same culture group, so maybe they might help out. But I doubt it. Is there a way to check on their demography? I don't think so. But that's cool. We've basically eliminated the lower Egyptian rebel threat. The lower Egyptians love me. They couldn't be happier down there. Mostly Sunni with some Catholic minority. But I don't think the Catholic minority-ing is what's made them more favorable toward me. Maybe proximity to control has helped a little bit, making them a tolerated culture. Has certainly helped. Castilian's gonna get gobbled up by Catalan, who is accepted. Okay. So, 31st of October, Senato. I don't think there's any laws I want to change anymore. So let's just request additional taxes. Inward look. Yes, please. Give an extra boost to my inwardness. Autonomy movement? Towards decentralization? Nah. Currently only 87.65 centralization. Support communal values. We're 35.29 communalism. It makes the states slightly happier if we're more communal. And even though there's not really anything else I want, any excuse to destroy Pirate Haven should be taken. Ba-da-da-da. Until castles is mostly food consumption now. But I still want to break them. Oh, they got two tones. One goes da-da-da-da-da, the other goes no-no-no-no-no. But I can still do without both of them. So is there really no law that I want? Because I got my additional taxes. I can't do Casus Belli because I got rebels and revolutions. And I'm pretty sure I'm okay with everything. Maybe I'll change my spy office to counter-espionage. Because I'm not really using these spy networks. And whether or not counter-espionage from home security still applies to everybody. I'm not really spying anymore anyway. Rural Noble Authority. The best one is Nobility Electorate. It's only a -5, a state satisfaction, to curtail the nobility. Their equilibrium's at 64, but it's still a trap, because if I take advantage of the extra tax, then they'll be even more unhappy, and so there's no point. Maritime law, audits. Gives naval progress. We've already got so much naval progress. What else could we do? Burgers happier. They're already above 100%. Trade range. Capital. Ship speed. Serfdom. Sailors. Naval supplies. Yeah, I don't even care about that. And I guess everything else is fine enough then. Economic policy. We could embrace economic theory, get more inflation, or less inflation, say, which means more minting, which means more money. Okay, let's change our economic policy to embracing economic theory. Got me at 65%. Shake up Army Academy, lose Army tradition, no. And I think that's it then, right? That's it? That's all that I really care for? Yeah, alright. So Sonato's good. Almost forgot to change my taxes 2 hours before the day's change. And then commoners. There, just a 45. Nobles paying 45.82, burghers paying 56.15, commoners paying 45.68. So commoners are still paying the least, nobles are just barely paying a little bit more than commoners. And the richest are paying the most. Peace eminent. May get their independence in an enforced peace. Well, I got what then, 2 years? Our weakest boats here at 73% strength? Okay, let's go then. But all this is going to do is pop up some other colony to rebel. And they're gonna. This one's safe, right? Now they got a coastal battery there. For this one, no coastal battery. That's just a little castle. Alright, no coastal battery here. We'll sail along to here, drop them off, march on over their capital. Bada bing, bada boom. And how's my guys here? Nearly maxed. So they do repair down here too. We got 43 boats, 16 of which are heavies. Let's drop our minting though, because we still have not a lot of gold and silver after draining it for higher expenditures. Sand and Cunny Honey missing. One thing at a time game, hold on. Sonata members, Balia, got 5% more support. Okay, Cunny Honey, you're missing sand. And Cunny Honey, You're basically just a Sicilian market. One of our wars, we took control of Tunis's market center. And what that did was, instead of taking the Tunis market center, is it destroyed that one and gave us one in a random rural location in Sicily. And so we're stuck with a market in Kanihani that costs 50 stability to remove. Don't even get to choose where the market gets to be. Sand pits. I can build sand pits all over here, so they don't have to worry about sand anymore. They only need it insofar as their railroad that they're making are concerned, and the maintenance. So I guess they could use more than just a few then, but they gotta use maintenance for that as well. And it does make some money, so Sonic is completely of no economic value. Let's go ahead and embrace a levy en masse. It's only 5 stability now. Cool. Warfare, an ever-evolving concept, having been studied and improved upon for generations and generations. We've witnessed the rise of powerful empires, each with its own ambitions to satisfy the need for expansion and provide the fuel necessary to fuel these ambitions. New nationwide conscription laws will be drafted, which shall raise armies of young, eager recruits, the size of which will leave an indelible mark upon history. Let's see. Our civilian law, or commoner law, finishes in March. And then we can see what else we want to build. Oh, here they come. Let's make sure that we have clearance for landing. %. We'll land them and then send them off someplace to replenish. All these new colonies in the Pacific. My poor cousins becoming French. I could live with them becoming Scottish, but becoming French too. Okay, now these guys need to recover for the return trip, if there's even gonna be a return trip. We gotta take this fort first, though, before we continue. They're not gonna have much in terms of morale, since they are hungry little guys here. %25 support, or lose 20 estate satisfaction. Okay. That barely killed any defenders. There, 260. Ogun demands extradition. He literally lives in your colony. Why are you asking us to extradite him? He's your own cabinet member. Get out of here. And now commoner laws have been unlocked. Commoner laws. Rights of the commoners. You can curtail the commoners if we're jerks. Teeming population of our underclass poses perpetual threat to stability and survival of our state. Without a strong and persuasive ruler to keep them in check, the state would fall into anarchy. No, they're the backbone of the country. I mean, look at that. 67.97% peasants, 22.24% laborers. That's nearly 90% of the country. That is 90% of the country. 90% of the country is peasants and laborers. $48 million people between them. You add the soldiers to the lower classes, and that's 50 million. They are the state. Of course you're going to strengthen the commoners, where other classes derive their power from material wealth and land ownership. The strength of the commoners comes from their sheer quantity. They outnumber other estates greatly, nobody tell them that. And once organized, could pose a serious threat to our national stability. So both of these are in terms of, the teeming masses could be a threat. Subjugate them, or toss them a bone. Lucian, not everything's about votes, are they not? Safeguarding and strengthening the rights of the working class will reduce the chance that they will revolt. Every estate gets happier, peasants gets happier. They get 10% of nothing. And now let's see what research we want to do next. They could see what Levy and Mass has. Manpower, Fur and Wild Game, the Fortress, Fort Limit, Separatism minus 10%, and Legislative Efficiency. From Sharpshooters, Infantry Type. Does 20% less, takes 20% more morale damage for units of this era. Minus 10% strength damage done. 3 combat power, 2 combat speed, they're quick. What I'm thinking of doing, maybe what I'll do, is do 666 and 666 for defensive infantry, cavalry, and artillery. And then put actual ranged infantry into the mix too. Because I do have a mix of infantry, cavalry, artillery. But it's only defensive infantry for the defensive bonuses. And there's a cabinet seat +1 there too. Formal administration. Field artillery. Ignore zone of control for conscription center. More manpower. Fusiliers. Is infantry type? Is this a defensive type infantry? Yeah. Secure flanks 50%. Unlocks conscripts. Light dragoons. For the cavalry for the era, the light cavalry. Grenadiers. Grenadiers for better infantry. They only take 10% strength damage instead of 20, and they do 20% more morale damage. Okay. Defensive infantry, cavalry, artillery, and then grenadiers. Cuirassiers. What's this? Attrition loss, 25%. Discarded lance in favor of pistols and sabers. Combined arms bonus, ignore zone of control. March to the sound of guns, artillery versus Fort 2. Correct section. Navy, army morale. Recruit speed, reinforce speed, move speed, siege ability, assault ability. Logistical cores to ignore. The Flying Battery. Flying Battery has the capability of relocating itself to where it's most needed. Quickly redeploy. I mean, all of our artillery has been moving around. So, I like the idea of getting towards Grenadiers and getting Fusiliers a defensive one, so Grenadiers mainly. And then catching up on everybody else. I do like the extra cabinet seat. What else we got? Raw materials, lots of mills, commerce center for pop assimilation. But it's the same +1 pop assimilation for Grand Marketplace, for merchant quarters, for marketplace, so it's not any gain. It's just maintaining the same assimilation speed. Monthly inflation minus 10%. Tax efficiency, so trade advantage, tax efficiency, and monthly inflation. Give me a reason not to prioritize these three. Mills, mills, mills. Separatism minus 5% and separatism minus 15%. Integration speed. Embrace institution cost. My institutions are all done now. We could do 3-decker. Nobody else is a 3-decker yet. The first rate ship of the line. 140 cannon and 80 hull. Minting threshold +1. Would have to go through a whole lot of nothing first. Okay, we'll just keep these three first. Gotta wait for this average morale to go up. Then take another bite. 118. Take a bite. 85 guys left. Grow the number, grow the number, grow the number, take a bite. 31 guys remaining. And with that, we got food. %, 3%. So we don't have to do too much. We just gotta actually start occupying them. Panama City's down there. Could have taken that. And Parita. You know what? Let's do that instead. Let's take... We'll stop right here, because we are kind of starving outside the zone of this guy. The castle is taken. City and town. That's certainly important for them. Voice of Arbor Bruno. See, this way if we demand his extradition, we don't gotta pay for it. Have to agree for now. Take Parita, take Panama, and that'll be some more bonus points going my way. War reparations I'll agree to, we just need more war score. And I guess I could keep my guys down here to see who else is going to revolt on me. So, 8%. They still won't agree. 9 versus Panama. Once this flips over, so I'm gonna go 10. Immense Eternia Day. And once these two flip over, Come on, game, don't slow down, it's only July. Minus 127,000. Oh, bubonic plague is back. And has killed as many. So, it's at home again. It's all over the place. I can only blame my colonies. Akastak has a lot of bubonic plague. Bulbantia has it. Panama has it. And where have I gone to war recently? Bulbantia, Panama, Havana. We've brought it back home. It's a lot in Spain, a little bit in France and Morocco. So yeah, I think that we caught it from these guys. That we brought back over, and whoops, there it all goes through my armies and then my neighbors. A little bit in Norway and Finland. Tons in Australia. They better not be giving the bubonic plague to my cousins out in the Pacific. I couldn't protect them from colonization, or definitely can't protect them from plague. $15, now they'll accept. But who's gonna be next? Because they're all disloyal now. Everyone has really high opinion of me. But the really high opinion doesn't matter because as much as they love me, nobody outside the banks is loyal. Everyone's at 0 loyalty. Liberty Desire, Ogan, and Banten have 21 and 3. And everybody else is at 0. So the way this makes sense to me is Liberty Desire and a lack of loyalty and a lack of fondness would be the trifecta, but I guess it's all just loyalty. With Liberty Desire, essentially, according to the tooltip, maybe it calculates as something else, but according to the tooltip, current driver dependence from its overlord affects subject loyalty. Affects subject loyalty, and subject loyalty is already at 0. And so how I think this works is that the lowest subject loyalty, in this case 0, or maybe if they're all at 0, then since everybody's at 0 loyalty, they'll just randomly pick from a hat to see who revolts next. What if I sort by strength? Tax base, just Havana, Ogan, Tsushima. Army size, Havana, Guatiatica, Banten, Kundal. Kundal and Roanoke aren't very valuable to me wealth-wise. Especially considering their lack of loyalty means they aren't paying me as much either. Oh wow, 16.55 a month. Disloyal subject minus 100%. Havana remains really valuable, and I do want to keep Havana. I gave them coffee, right? Or did I neglect to give them coffee? Or was I unable to give them coffee? I gave Tsushima coffee. Okay, let me save the game here. Because it's gonna be somebody else popping up. Maybe the smart plan is to wait for the first of the month. And so maybe it's one of these rebels during the mid-month, and then one of these rebel during the beginning of month. Okay, 31st July. Will I get a more minor revolution? Make them pay war reparations? Make them give me a whole lot of money? We could take maps. Humiliate them for daring to rise against us? Factionalism in the cabinet, head of cabinet versus Italian revolt civil war. We did it! We did it! We avoided getting another independence war. And oh man, look at those guys over there. Toledo. And we got plague going on here though. And of course we have to side with our younger sister and head of cabinet, of course. What, are we crazy? And then Roanoke declares war anyway. I thought we'd have avoided it. So we really are just going to have every last damn person revolt. And the thing is, after kicking their ass, they don't get any bonus loyalty. Colonial nation subject type plus 20. Power relative to Overlord 576. Opinion of Overlord 27. Absolute loyalty plus 5. So let's calculate all this together. I want to see exactly how far below 0 I am. 20 plus 5.76 plus 27.01 minus 60.87 plus 5 minus 30 minus 17.53 plus 5 plus 5 plus 9.9 plus 5 minus 27 or minus 25.73. So far below. Country strength of all colonial nations versus Overlord is the biggest one right now. Could I change their type? I probably can't. And I can't even support loyalists or anything like that. Well, diplomatic route, they don't count. Tsushima has much the same stuff. We can't support Loyalist. Receiving Loyalist 20. The Loyalist support 20 will bring it to a minus 0.5. Support military. Let the experience decay. Army tradition. Diplomats. Share knowledge. Receiving knowledge, institution growth, send officers. Okay. So if we combine send officers and support loyalist, we can get it to 0. Roanoke. Where's your capital, Roanoke? At least it's an easy place. How many soldiers have they got? 76,000? Look at this little frog man. They're replenished here. So I guess I don't have to go all the way back home for it. So how come they weren't replenishing in Havana? In Tsushima? After the war, of course, is what I mean. There's not any other part of the Civil War, right? That's the only bit? Okay. Thought I saw some bread there, but that was outside the country anyway. Okay. And my boats are about halfway replenished, so they're doing okay so far. This is all hostile here, though. We go straight into the Albemarle Sound. Or maybe, because you don't have to go all the way up to fight them. We could go to Kiowa first. Work our way up. And we've already got some poles down here still. They're stuck down here with nothing to do, the poor devils. How's your boat situation? You only got 4 boats, I'm not gonna worry about it. Galleys and transports. They're such an inland empire that they didn't even consider their naval needs. Napoli is also missing sand. Amazing. Sand. Here's Mason. Sand pits. And of course, control is good everywhere, so... There. Everybody gets a sand quarry. Now that most of these rails are complete, most. Victory over rebels, hooray. Ogden demands extradition. Whatever, Ogden. We have soldiers standing by to kick your ass, don't forget. I hear an onyx. Okay, and these guys just marched on up. We'll just march up the coast, get the capital eventually. And then we get to see what the next hellish thing is gonna be. It's 70-61 already though, so okay, that's all their votes. They're attacking Havana. Well, if my other colonies in the Americas don't want to get attacked, they could try helping me. Diplomats in Spain are done trying to raise Spain's opinion as much as they can. And we didn't, in fact, lose the... What is it? Lose the coalition against us. So there wasn't enough antagonism lost. So I have to wait for a bit and then send diplomats back once... Hey, Onyx? Onyx, I'm almost finished, baby. Why did the asshole leave the door open? Not trying to broadcast to the entire house. Hey, Onyx. I think your dad left you here as a grenade, Onyx. He's upset that I'm streaming for a little bit when he comes home from work. And he can't play Roblox right away or else neither of us get Wi-Fi. You smell like fresh shampoo. No, you didn't take a bath. That's your old shampoo, isn't it? "17-day occupation." Let's go help out down here. The Poles may or may not have this. Out of the way, Onyx. I want to finish streaming soon, baby. Close the door, Mason.
I was actively closing the door.
No, I mean you left it open. Yeah, the Poles got their butts kicked. And so where they're going? They want to go to Tibet? Oh, no, never mind. Who's this? Havana. Havana heard what I said about if they don't want to be invaded, they should help me. And now Onyx is chewing on the microphone stand.
Scratching his face.
Oh, his teeth.
Yeah, his face.
And I think that's the majority of the Roanoke armies. Nah, 62,000 remaining. So why are you at -6? We've done enough war score. Havana is given less land than they expect from their 22.94 war contribution, reducing trust by 10%, opinion by 50. So, why no so far? Progressing sieges. I think another 5,000 guys down there. Well, they'll change their tune once I take their capital, and then the one fort over their capital. Another kid with better education, but she's also a Hussite, so she can never end up ruling by law if we want to hold on to Hungary. These guys are all very... They're very... what is it? They're very flippant. They're very fickle, I mean. They do civil war, or they revolt against us. We kick their ass, and now they help out. Panama revolts against us. We kick their ass. They help out. Bulbancha revolted against us. We kick their ass to help us out. And then the revolt right over again. Timber shortage. Damn. Let's go after these guys. I thought they'd go for Nekos, but they're probably going through Wakama. Arrive in Dalhi. Where's Dalhi? Dalhi's here. Slaughter him up. And now we'll go straight for their capital. Minus 7% still. They have a lot of confidence that I interrupt their parliament. Actually, guys, could we have a vote? Let's bring these over so we don't starve here. Following works of art destroyed: Sword, Kokochi, Wasista, and the Great Princess. Captured, taken to Gawatika. How come they get... occupied by How? Why? I don't see... They're stealing my shit. I don't even see them around here. I see me, I see Poland. I didn't give that to them. This is a fight against me, thank you very much. Try to steal my valor. Why on earth is it flipping to occupy by Gawatika by default? Roanoke versus me. Nobody's attached to me. It's doing it merely as a way to have the treasures I plunder to go to Goitaka first. I don't get it. Takarava Noble Civil War. If we're lucky, then the Takarava Civil War might prevent any other things from spawning, like we had the privilege of enjoying before. I guess we could see. Banten Noble Civil War. And you're not gonna help out. Okay, they didn't get all the defenders back, so I could still kill them off. Ten guys left? Oh no. So, shall we test it? Shall we experiment? Toledo finished. Holy Toledo. Let's see who we're gonna put down first. We could try to... We could integrate, we could crack down on one of our other rebels that have loads of progress. Nobility insurgents. It'd be nice if this was a number. Upper Egyptians may or may not pull in the Mamluk Sultanate. So let's suppress on them. Actual minus 0.15. It's the first of the month, so now is the best time to save and to see if we continue into a new month with no problems. %, my foot. Pay war reparations. Humiliate. I don't need humiliation. I'll just take all their cash. And then we'll sit here to build up more strength, because you know that somebody else is gonna pop up soon. We've gone over 15 days with no extra independence war popping up. We're free? And then how about the first of the month? Bohemia is a diplomatic hegemon, but there's nothing else. We're free. We're free. We finally have some freedom. And I understand now all too well what people mean when they say they have to do forever wars in the age of revolutions to prevent constant independent wars in the colony that they smack down, and they turn around and another one pops up and another one pops up and another one pops up. I think the smart plan is to have two fleets, one in Panama in the Caribbean side and one in Panama in the Pacific side. And then we could just go around either way. Because I might have to put a permanent military presence just to keep my my guys from becoming more revolting than they are. But it's after 5 now. We finally have a little bit of breathing room. And if ultimately, at the end of the day, I have to get rid of some guys, so be it. But for right now, we'll take on the challenge. And I'm not ready to go against Egypt plus a coalition against me, which includes Bohemia, Spain, and Egypt, and Ottomans, and Tunis, sure. But why they gotta pull Bohemia and France into that too? It's been a while since we fought in Bohemia, so maybe they'll accept some antagonism loss. But for now, I am gonna call it here. We finally got to enjoy the barrage of independence wars, and we got to feel the heartache of our cousins. Look, we're French now. We've somehow become French in Palau, and Norwegian in the Marianas. Colony of Guam is Norwegian. Spanish. And more French and Spaniards and Scots. Do we not suffer enough as it is? But for now, that is gonna be it. We'll pick this up tomorrow a little bit more. Though Saturdays, if we do Saturdays, tend to be on the shorter end. Gotta catch up with the dank after all. So, let's see who is still online that I want to raid. Punchy's gone offline. I gotta catch up later to keep my streak. Macaw's on. Most absurd Schwarzenegger game. Zoku's online for the first time in forever, doing Granblue Fantasy. Bakaden's online, friend from Saipan. But given that the Marianas just went Norwegian, I don't think we could send things his way. It would break his heart as much as it's broken mine. So let's go raid Zoku. Then we'll carry this on in the weekend and try to make quick progress towards the end of the game. I want to bring the campaign to its conclusion. That's the primary thing. Gotta be high speed. We got our railroads. We got final era of advancements to learn. So we seem in a pretty safe place. It's just all the rebels we gotta worry about. So, thank you guys for hanging out, sticking around for the raid, say hi to Zokaboon, and I'll catch you guys the next time. Take care.
はちゃめちゃ忙しいスーパーヒーローお肉の手入れサインの練習空手チョップで橋終わったら牛丼片手にダンシングロックンロール強い当たり前そりゃそうさかわいい照れるなガックン手の突っ張りはいらんですよ言葉の意味はよくわからんがとにかくすごい自信だレスラー怪獣私が相手だと